What was your is this beach serious moment? I used to work at the register of my college campus store. People mostly came in to buy energy drinks / gum or whatever, but you could also buy like sweatshirts and even computers. But given most people only bought like one small thing, we didn't have carts or baskets anywhere for shoppers anyway. One day a woman comes in, a student's mom I'm guessing, and asks me for help to reach a sweater on the top shelf. I grab it for her and go to hand it to her, but she motions at me to hold on for it. She proceeded to walk around the store grabbing several items and then giving them to me to hold. She literally shopped for like 10 minutes using me as her personal shopping cart. Luckily I had a coworker in the store on the same shift, so he was able to handle the register at the end of this whole ridiculous segment. She got a message on her phone, read it and said, "Oh, you know what, I actually have to go meet my son. I'll come back later to get the things I need." And then she left, and I was left standing there with an armful of random shit that I then needed to go put back one by one. Like mon woman point at it. To those calling me a beach or saying they would never do that, I applaud your bravery. I was an 18-year-old kid who was pretty excited to have a job to begin with and was scared of losing it from being rude to a customer. I definitely spent some solid time in the shower thinking of how I would have handled it differently. I have worked at Spirit Halloween every season for the past 5 years. I would highly recommend if you're trying to make some spare cash. Anyway, super shady things happen at Spirit Halloween all the time, so I have endless stories to tell. For this story, I was working the dressing room. Basically just regulating who goes in and taking costumes out of the bags to withhold accessories to prevent theft, etc. Point this was my first year working there, so I was about 20. Just a couple days before Halloween, a girl around my age came to the dressing room with a typical college girl costume, that's all I'll say. She says something like, "Oh good. We are about the same size." I'm in a rush, so I wouldn't have time to find an associate to help me. I just kinda smiled and took the bag from her, like what the hell does that even mean? I unpack the costume, leave the accessories, and put it in a basket to carry to the dressing room. She looked really confused, so I just asked her to follow me and I'd get her a dressing room. Point I wish I was making this shit up, but this girl says to me, "Why would I go back there for you to change?" Huh. I can't even remember exactly how I responded because I was so confused, but it was something along the lines of, "You try on the costume yourself so you know how it fits you. An associate doesn't do it for you." And this girl had the audacity to be mad at me for saying that. Her response was basically, "Well, I don't want to have to get out of my clothes and change into the costume, so it isn't worth my time." That's so unsanitary to have a bunch of people trying the costume on instead of you just doing it, so I don't even want it anymore. Followed by her storming out. Pointy removed my comments about pay because for some reason people are getting defensive about my belief that the wage is acceptable for the amount of effort put in. One time I ordered a chicken fried steak in a restaurant in which I was currently the only customer. It took an hour to get my food, and when I started eating I realized that I had gotten chicken fried chicken. I called the waitress over and explained to her that I had ordered chicken fried steak, which she confirmed was accurate, but had received chicken fried chicken. She stared blankly at me for about 10 seconds and said, "What, you don't like chicken?" I'm usually pretty quick on my feet with a witty comeback, but I was literally left speechless for a minute. I finally got the words out to explain to her why I wasn't happy with this mix-up, but ended up just leaving. Needless to say I have not been back. Edit 1. Restaurant in question was Pepper's in Hebronville, Texas. Edit 2. Another time I was in New Martinsville, West Virginia at a steakhouse. Don't remember the name, and my waitress hadn't been back to refill our drinks. Looked around and saw she was getting finger banged in the drink station by what I'm assuming was a busboy. I work in the oil field and have been to some interesting places in my life. Saw a 300-pound lady wearing booty shorts that said "I heart dick" beat the shit out of her 5-year-old wearing nothing but a diaper in the dining room of a Pizza Hut in Marietta, Ohio. One time. 2. Edit 3. Do people really not know what chicken fried steak is? It's cubed steak battered and fried, served with white gravy. A staple of Southern comfort food. I used to be the community admin for an online game about a decade ago, and there was a guy who was permabanned who kept making new accounts to protest his ban on the official forums and get people to try and rally behind him to unban him or put malicious links to scam people. Our GM staff was largely outsourced, so I did most of the forum moderation on my own. He had obvious and telling posting habits and horrendous grammar, so it was usually easy to know if it was him, and a quick check of an IP address to verify, and the account was usually banned and posts deleted where appropriate. Well, this idiot one day, using a bunch of different accounts, I'm not even sure why, banning was easy on my end, and he made like 20 messages supporting himself, all that logging in and out, made a long chain of posts trying to deliberately bribe me, out in the open, to unban his account. Not even a private message, just straight up in a new thread offering me cash to do so. For one, I started the job as a player, recruited for my honesty and ethics as a whole in the community. It wasn't happening, and the cash was negligible in what I was being paid. Second, how dumb does one have to be to think someone would accept a deal like that with everyone watching? Or did he think I would be so stupid to fall for something like that in blackmail? By showing any sign of interest, I had the webmaster IP block him after that, since he was using a static IP, and left the thread open for posterity to prove the point. I visited my grandparents for the holidays in a northern part of the state. All of our family went together and stayed in their fairly large house for several days. The second day I was there, I tried to organize a family game for everyone to play, since nobody seemed to be doing much of anything. Nobody wanted to play any of the games I suggested, so my husband and I pulled out our Magic the Gathering cards we had brought and started to play together. My mom approached me in the middle of a game and said, "I can't believe you brought a game like that to a family gathering. You two have isolated yourself from everyone else by choosing to play your nerd game instead of mingle with family." Everyone else was just talking and watching TV, and we did end up getting my sister to join us for a game, so I don't know what her problem was. Later that same day I got really tired from running around in the woods with a couple of my family members and decided to take a nap on the couch downstairs. I was awoken by my mom, who looked concerned and asked me if I was feeling okay. I told her I was fine, just tired, and she suddenly switched. "It's too bad you came all the way here not to spend any time with your family. We were putting together a game upstairs and everyone was asking where's Raven, but we couldn't find you, so." Basically she got mad at me for playing my own game with my husband when nobody was interested in hanging out with me. But later when I'm tired and trying to sleep, everyone decides to play a game together, and I'm at fault for not wanting to spend time with family. I was working in a clothing store in a beach town when a Karen walked in holding one of the store's bags. When I saw her dyed blonde hair, I knew I was in for some crazy shit. So she walked up to the register and said she'd like to make a return and pulled out a bathing suit for a little boy. Before she even handed me the receipt, I told her, "Ma'am, you can't return that." "What do you mean?" she said. "You can't return a boy's bathing suit. It's on the receipt." Which it was even circled. We always told customers this when they bought bathing suits. You telling me that I can't return my son's bathing suit that he only wore once and that doesn't fit him? No, ma'am. I'm sorry. Why is that? Now, for those few people who are a little confused why Karen couldn't return the bathing suit, a lot of male bathing suits have netting in them. This netting comes into contact with your dick and your ass. In other words, Karen was basically trying to return used underwear. I tried explaining it to her using euphemisms because I wasn't prepared to talk about her son's dick and his sweat and other bodily fluids at 8 o'clock in the morning. Then she screamed at me for 10 minutes like I was a war criminal until my manager had to get involved. In conclusion, I've worked many retail jobs and have adopted the dictum, "The customer is usually wrong." Funny story, I worked in a bookstore where a local sci-fi author was selling his self-published series. He was a sweet guy and really interesting until he said, "You gotta watch Ancient Aliens." When I rewatched Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I realized it was a documentary. I nodded and walked away. Later, before he left, he stopped me and said, "Remember, it's a documentary." I used to manage a storage facility for about 3 years. chillest job I ever had, except once a month, when we had to start doing auction proceedings on units behind 3 months. I'd have a list of people to call 2 weeks before to let them know, then 1 week, then 3 days, then 1 day. We had our share of regulars who would pay the minimum amount a few days before they were set to sell, some who just simply couldn't afford it, even with knocking off additional fees. Those were always the hardest, and those who didn't care, because it was all trash anyway point. So I'm making my calls and I get this guy who had one of our 20-foot x 30 units. This unit was packed with stuff. Tools, furniture, paintings, toys, electronics, you name it, he had it. Normally when I'm making my calls I never expect an answer on the other line, and usually leave a voicemail. This guy picked up on my first call. I'll let him know that he has 2 weeks to pay off the minimum balance, otherwise his unit will be auctioned off. He's very polite, says he understands, thanks me and assures me he will come in with the minimum payment. Another week goes by, I call again, same thing. This happens until the day before. He has been pleasant and kind whenever I call him, so I really hammer at the point that, unless he makes the minimum payment before we close, his unit will be sold off and there won't be anything I can do about it. He says he has the money, but can't get down there until 8. We close at 6. I tell him that I would be willing to stay till 8, but after that my hands were tied. He promises to be there, so I hang up and let my district manager know what's going on. The DM gives me permission to stay open, so I set about getting some extra cleaning done. 8 comes and goes and finally at 8:30 I call him one last time. No answer. I leave him a voicemail saying he has 15 minutes before I'm gone. Never shows up. The next morning his unit goes to sale and is cleared out within 3 hours. I shrug it off and set to work with all the paperwork. At 5 PM the guy shows up. Hey, I know I'm late, but I have the money. Me. I'm so sorry, late man, but your unit was sold this morning and is already emptied. I waited until 8:45 last night and you didn't show, and I didn't hear from you. Your property is legally someone else's now. I can see the anger and confuses building up in his face before he loses his mind. Are you faking kidding me? Tired of insults and babbling, I thought you guys were bluffing. Who the fuck sells off other people's stuff like that? You only called me a day before it was set to sell. Me. Sir. That's not true. I called you many times. We had multiple conversations about what was due and when. I told you each time I talked to you that your property would be legally auctioned off. You told me you would be in yesterday at 8 and failed to show. There was literally nothing else I could have done. Who bought it? Me. Sir, I can't tell him. You faking better or I'll have your job. Me. Here's the number to our district manager. He'll be happy to answer any more questions you have. But I assure you, there is nothing more we can do for you now. The dude storms off and peels out of my driveway while giving me the bird the entire time. Some people I felt really bad for having to sell their stuff. That guy? Not so much. Warning, typed fast. When I was a child arguing with my parents, while distraught and crying I tried expressing my feelings of hopelessness, insecurities, and pure lack of will to want to be anywhere. That as a kid was the only way I knew how to express the feelings of not wanting to be alive. Due to a birth injury preventing me from living out my dreams of being a star athlete, my parents admitted to being the ones who kept me from tryouts year after year. They would always tell me I needed doctor's permission, then they would tell me we would let you. But the doctor said no. I yelled no, you don't know what it's like to be forced to be different. To be told you'll never be able to do the one thing you've wanted forever. My mother's response, but you don't know what it's like to be a parent and watch your child be different than the other kids. I could only think, wow, you've lied to me my whole life to my face. Crushed my dreams year after year. Slept soundly, and all you can say to me, while I'm pouring out my deepest sadness, is but what about how I feel? She followed that by telling me you're my child and I decide what's best for you. When you turn 18, if you want to go out there and get yourself hurt forever, then that's your choice. Until then, pick a new dream. I was never the same after that moment. It still hurts to think about the what ifs wrapped around everything leading up to that evening point. TLDR, my mom told me to pick new dreams because she is the parent. Had a friend who was a complete asshole driver. He thought it was funny to tailgate, not move at green lights, until it turned yellow, and then gun it so everyone behind him missed the light. He would never let people merge, etc. I truly hated ever being in a car with him. He also thought of himself as a real badass. He had full sleeve tattoos, shaved head, he wore combat boots, and tried to give off this I'm a tough guy vibe. I'm not friends with him anymore. He was just too much to take. So one day, he tailgated and blares his horn at a guy driving in front of us, I assume for driving too slowly, or some other perceived slight. What happened next was glorious. The guy slammed on his brakes, gets out of his car, walks over to the driver's side window of my friend's truck. The window was down, because it was a hot summer day, and says, "Did you just beep at me?" So my friend in his best tough guy voice says, "Yeah, what the fuck are you gonna do ab?" My friend never finished the sentence because the dude threw a goddamned haymaker right into his face, knocking him completely out. I reached over and grabbed the e-brake so we didn't keep rolling. The guy just says, "Don't be a faking asshole," gets back in his car and drives away. My buddy woke up a minute or so later, completely confused and on the verge of tears. He couldn't believe his action actually had consequences. Anyway, he pretty much dropped the tough guy act after that and stopped driving like an asshole. So thank you random, angry, one punch man. I had a friend a while ago that I was getting fed up over with her childish attitude, which she would say it's because of her ADHD, and after trying to gradually break it off for a month, I finally called her out on her BS and attitude, explaining that I could literally only deal with her when she was on her ADHD meds, which she refused to take because of headaches, which I understood. It was that she refused to look for a better means and used her ADHD as an excuse for her beachy behavior. I tried to be polite, but this chick didn't like being called out and laid this line on me, saying you can't hang out or handle me without my meds is like me not wanting to be friends with you because you had cancer. It hadn't even been a year since my last chemo treatment. I was glad to be rid of her that day. What sucked more was a mutual friend called me a liar and threatened me for hurting her, followed by someone I didn't know would send me texts from unknown numbers and threaten and harass me for about a month. Nothing came from it, so it's not my problem anymore. Point update. This same friend just reconnected with me today, 2 days after I remembered this story and posted it, apologizing, genuinely, for everything. They don't have Reddit, to my knowledge, so I found it surprising that after nearly a decade she popped into my messenger. 9 years can change people, for sure. Cheers, everyone. Went to an opera last year where a whole family with 2 little girls sat in the row in front of me. The girls kept whispering, "No big deal." They were like 5 years old, and they were excited. They were easily the best behaved out of the entire group. The adults in the family kept talking, pulling out their phones to check Twitter, which is distracting to most people, but I have some really bad issues with lights in dim settings, and all I could see were bluish white circles covering my vision. After the intermission they're not there and I'm relieved, until they all file in 5 minutes after the start of the second act with snacks. Intermission is literally for using the bathroom and getting concessions and all that, so that you don't interrupt the opera. One of the women loudly crunches peanut M&Ms with her mouth open every so often, with just long enough of a break in between each one that you finally start to relax before your teeth get set on edge again. Then they get up and shuffle around, with the grandma moving up a row to sit with the little girls. More talking, eating, phone browsing. Then about 20 minutes in, they start loudly fretting that the girls are up past their bedtime. They shuffle themselves around a bit more. Then grandma takes the girls and slowly leads them out. Some more phones, M&Ms. Then at last the rest of them all get up at once and file out, still very much in the middle of the production. The only comfort in all this was knowing that an usher was right behind me and saw all of it, and after the show all of us in that spot were just beaching to each other and laughing at how awful it was. The very next day the Metropolitan Opera House was streaming another opera to a local movie theater, and I went to see that too. Even in a movie theater, where you could bring in food, leave whenever you wanted without too much judgment, whisper to each other, whatever, that crowd was so much better behaved than the one that paid like 8 times the price to be in a fancy opera house. I started out messing around with photography for fun and was able to start charging people for it. A girl I had gone to high school who used to comment on every picture I posted of myself and others. Wow. Love this. Would love to shoot sometime. So after about 6 months, my work schedule changed and we were able to set up a time point. I drove 40 minutes out of my way to her house, then she wanted to drive another 30 to a location. Okay, cool, no issue. We start shooting, the pictures turn out awesome, and as we go to leave to the second one, she starts talking about how she can't wait to edit the photos and go through every single one. Record scratch. I realized my fuck up and apologized and said, look, that's not really how it works unless we've discussed it beforehand. I cull the photos, send you selection sheets and you pick your favorites and I edit them. She got sheety straight away, like lightning fast. We called it a day, had the most awkward car ride back to her house, where she proceeded to try and nicely berate me for not giving her the raw files. She asked if it was an ego thing, that another photographer had done it, he didn't, and that her boyfriend, who never liked me, told her she was going to waste her time by shooting with me. I held firm and told her all of the industry reasons that you don't give are your oars if you're trying to make a living out of photography. For the next 2 days she proceeds to message me, berating me for being a bitch and keeping photos of her. After 2 days of trying to be as nice as possible, I just deleted her and blocked her. Then that night, I get the most disgusting message I've ever received in my life, telling me I'm disgusting, that the reason I had acne at the time was because I was a disgusting person and it was coming out of my skin, even bringing up fights I'd had with my mother years previously. I was gobsmacked. Took a deep breath, responded that I wished her well, and told her I only want love, growth and happiness for her, because she very obviously needed it. I'm part of a team working on a project at my work with strict deadlines. One of the people on the team, we'll nickname her Rhonda, likes to take up a lot of time without actually saying anything of value. During one of the team meetings, a task came up that one of our team members had done a lot of research on. Immediately, Rhonda jumps in and says, I'll do it, and I want to work with other person who's done no research. Our lead pointed out that the other team member had a lot of resources already and needed to be included. No, said Rhonda, I don't want to work with her. Rhonda had never worked with any of us one-on-one or even in person. We're all remote right now, so it's not like anyone gave her a dirty look or cooked fish in the communal microwave. She was new to the team. Everyone stared at each other while the lead basically forced her to work with a team member who had done the research. Then Rhonda said, well, it's busy, so it's not going to be done by the deadline. It was an extremely simple task of putting together a roadmap. The lead expressed that this was a critical project and the deadline, an entire week away, was non-negotiable. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I have other things to do. I'm busy. Not happening. Yeah. Rhonda was kicked off the project and was quickly let go. We got that task done in half an hour later that day. My favorite was this woman who, in February this year, refused to tell us why she wanted to return a shoe because she'd spent about half an hour explaining her story to the wrong person. This was on a Sunday morning, so it was dead quiet in our shoe store. We get this lady in who works in another department store in the mall. She's nicely dressed in a navy blue blazer and pants, and she's asking about some shoes. Out of the 3 of us on shift, one of my coworkers goes to get a shoe, then calls the other one to help when she can't find the shoe after a while, leaving me alone on the floor. Enter the Karen of this story, walking in with a shoe she bought and starting to look around for other options. I go to her, greet, offer my services. She gives me a stern glare and says, no, I want to talk to her, and points out our only other customer. Thinking she just wants a woman's opinion, I back off and let them talk. My coworkers are at this point arranging for the delivery of the shoe that the suit-wearing customer wanted, but that we don't have. When everything is said and done, this lady walks out of the store. The Karen, now looking confused, demands to know where she's going. Since our store doesn't have a uniform, only requiring a lanyard and branded shoes, we are all dressed pretty casually, so naturally, she decided to take the assumption that the sweeted woman was the manager, despite her wearing nothing that identifies her as an employee here. What followed was 20 minutes of enraged shrieking as this woman beaches on about how nobody came to help her, a blatant lie, how she needs to replace this shoe, but won't say why, because it's a long story, a story she just told a random stranger, and she doesn't want to repeat herself, and how she's going to report all of us to our managers. This was my favorite. But, because every time we tried to give her contact info of the people she wants to report us to, she also refused to accept any of it, because we were clearly going to give fake details and lie to our bosses about what happened. She ended up storming out screaming her head off. I was hanging out at a bar my friends and I frequented. It was a bit more crowded than usual, and we all decided to head out for the night. So my two friends were pretty far in front of me, and I wasn't paying attention until this random girl grabbed me, put her finger in my face and went, "Who are you?" In all my infinite awkwardness, I frowned and said, Boudica? Who are you? How do you know Greg? I haven't known a Greg since I was 13, and that was in another state. So at this point, she's staring at me angrily. I'm totally confused, and then I noticed she was wearing a bride-to-be sash and a tiara, and all her friends are angrily gathering. My friends come back to yell at her, and I just hustle them out the door totally befuddled. I didn't know her, didn't know Greg, didn't know any chicks about to get married point. So the story gets weirder. Next time we were at that bar, a guy approached me and introduced himself as Greg. He told me that was his ex-girlfriend from freshman year of high school, whom he had dated for 2 months, with the girl getting married to someone else. He then bought me drinks for a few weeks to apologize for her attempting to fight me in a bar. And she had the wrong girl. He was seeing someone else, but she cornered me since I was the smallest blonde in the bar. Yes, that's right. This bitch was getting married to someone else, and during her bachelorette party, she attempted to physically fight me over a boyfriend she hadn't dated for over a decade, and I wasn't even the right girl. I was married young to a woman with serious anger issues. She was the first, second and last woman to give me a black eye. We were together for 7 years. She was probably bipolar in retrospect, as she would randomly start attacking me for some of the strangest things. I was once standing in my living room on a nice summer day, and her and I and the neighbor were having a normal conversation, and I, standing in the living room with my back to the window, was listening to my wife speak when my neighbor, exclaimed, "Hey, Jess. Look at that." I then turned, looked, and saw a semi-attractive woman walk by the door. I turned back as quickly as I looked, and no sooner did my head come around, so did my wife's fist. I had never cheated, suggested, or looked at another woman for any unfaithful purposes, and never did until our divorce. In retrospect, the divorce was a better story, involving me escorting a 17-year-old boy off my couch and out of my house naked while my drunk wife was still asleep. She thought I killed him when she woke up 3 hours later. I ended up in the hospital after she was done with me, though. Kicked me in the junk hard enough I had a nut pushed up somewhere it shouldn't have been. I was always raised that hitting a woman is wrong, but I came close that day. After getting out of the hospital, though, I had to laugh when she came by and started screaming at me hysterically that she still wanted to be with me and wanted to have my baby. I literally asked her if she was faking serious, told her to get out, and she went and got a restraining order against me. I was truly in awe. My wonderful and lovely grandmother has leukemia and has to get treatments each month. At the start of the month, I'll sometimes drive her home if she feels weak after, but she usually has one of her siblings do it. They're all retired at this point, so they're happy to most of the time, or one of her kids, usually my uncle, but very rarely my mother. Once, my mother agreed to bring my grandmother back to her home from the cancer center in town a week ahead of time, hour-and-a-half drive, and was supposed to show up at 1 p.m. when the treatment was supposed to be over. My mother is disabled and doesn't work, and at the time, she didn't even have a valid license. She had no other commitments to anything at all, so it should have gone fine, and had previously, when she was asked to do the same thing. Now I get a call from my grandmother while I'm at work that afternoon, around 2:30ish, and she said that she couldn't get a hold of my mom at all, and didn't have anyone else to give her a ride for another 2 or 3 hours, and she just wanted to go home and rest. My boss let me leave work to take her home, and after I did and got back to my place, I saw my mom on Facebook and gave her a call. I asked her, "Why didn't you show up to pick Mama up? She waited nearly 2 hours for you and you've ghosted her all day." Mom said, "Well, I didn't have gas money," and she said she didn't have it to give me, "so I figured one of you boys, I have 2 brothers, and I'm the only one with a vehicle, meaning me here, would pick her up, and it wouldn't be a big deal." I asked her why she didn't tell anyone, and she said, "Well, it worked out, right? It's not like she was gonna die waiting for me." I sat, my phone barely there at my ear, in a state of utter disbelief at the selfishness and laziness displayed by her that day. I was so appalled that my grandmother and I didn't talk to my mother for a few months. Now my mother's close to death and my grandmother's doing a lot better, so go figure how life works out sometimes. This happened freshman year in high school in my Earth environmental science study hall. So me and my friend had to go to Earth, an environment, for our study hall, or smart lunch as we call it. My friend was not present the day before, so she asked me if she could have the notes from the day before. I obliged and let her copy off my notes whilst I do the homework that was assigned at the beginning of the week. As I do this, I look up at my teacher. Her face red with anger, says no to me and my friend, and says that this is unacceptable behavior and that we need to call our parents. I'm the kid that doesn't get in trouble, and when my face gets really red. Mind you, this is after lunch, so me and my friend head outside of the classroom and my friend proceeded to call her mom. She didn't pick up, so I had to go first. My mom picks up and asks what's wrong and that she's in the parking lot. I anxiously say no, it's fine, and in a monotone voice I say, "I regret to inform you, but by my actions I have to tell you that I was caught cheating." My mom says, "Had the phone to my teacher." I do so, and I hear my mom ask, "So helping is cheating?" My teacher beginning to sound flustered because of the sheer ridiculousness of why I had to call my mom. My teacher hands back my phone and I tell her that I'm very sorry and I'm really embarrassed. She says I know, tells me love you, and hangs up. Going home I expected to be yelled at and grounded, but she asks what's my side of the story, so I tell her and she laughed. I said, "What's so funny?" She then proceeded to tell me that my teacher is a dumb bitch who needed to check her syllabus. She also tells me that when she was asking her if helping was cheating, she began to dodge the question and just started to switch up her accusations to get me in more trouble. She then says that I should have called my father because of how he would handle it by calling the teacher an idiot for wasting his time. So that's my story. Up until the pandemic happened, I nannied/tutored a 12Y boy and his 1Y sister. Their single mother was a pharmaceutical rep and was in general a really wonderful human. I was genuinely happy working with this incredible family every weekday starting at 7 AM. I worked until about 1 or 2 when the second nanny would arrive. She would work until roughly 6 to 7. The day after our city's shelter in place (SIP) was declared, their mother decided that the second nanny and I should stay at home until the SIP was up, so I figured out online schoolwork for her son and I would just assign it from home. His mama was very pleased with this. A few days later, however, I heard from the second nanny. She was a college student living far away from her parents and they wanted her to come back home during the SIP. But apparently that was an issue for our nanny family, as the mother had secretly asked the second nanny to take over both of our hours. So that left her without any nanny, since she had essentially let me go for the next month. I was fuming. I was so upset that the mother had lied to me like that. I didn't say anything to her because I wasn't really sure what to say, but a few days later, she texted me a syrupy sweet manipulative paragraph telling me that her baby was being neglected because she had far too much work to do, and that her son was in a "dark place" without me, and that she wasn't satisfied with the schoolwork he was doing with her, and that her whole family was just "missing a piece" since I'd been gone. and please come back. We need you, and we need you promptly at 7 a.m. on Monday morning. Stat. This was also accompanied by several calls and voicemails, all either very sweet or very aggressive, almost threatening. I finally sent her a very professional beach please text, as shared below with names redacted. Hi, I'm sending this in our group chat, so second nanny is kept up to date as well. Based on our latest interaction, I have come to the difficult decision to hand in my resignation. This was not a lightly made decision, and I'm at peace with it. The treatment I have received since the beginning of the shelter in place has been intolerable and unbearable. I have tried to figure out how I could come back to work after this behavior from my employer, but after the interaction concerning 12's schoolwork, I've come to the conclusion that I'm no longer a good fit for your family. I understand that you were dealing with much stress, but honestly, we all were, and still are. The things that we are going through at the moment are no excuse for treating an employee the way you treated me. Fortunately, as I have returned anything I have borrowed from you, and as I don't have anything of mine at your home, this will be the last communication between us. Please understand that again, this was not an easy decision as I have come to love 12 and baby immensely, but ultimately, I must take care of myself. I wish your family the best of luck in all your endeavors, and that you all remain safe during this time of crisis. TLDR, my employer let me go, but gave the second nanny my hours without telling me. The second nanny moved leaving my employer without a nanny, and then tried to manipulate/threaten me into coming back, whereupon I sent a beach please text. Mine happened recently. So me and my wife closed on our first house this Friday and the previous owner had a person renting out of the home. Now she told us weeks ago she would move out this past weekend, Saturday after we closed, and have all her stuff gone and everything. Keep in mind she has known we were purchasing the house since last month, so essentially a month and a half. Also keep in mind she never had an actual lease with the previous owner or with us, she just paid him rent. Now come Saturday me and my wife go over to the house to see if we need to clean it, fix anything before we move, and when we get there nothing has changed at all and she hasn't moved a thing. So we asked her, hey, what's up, why aren't you moved at all? Also keep in mind she is being completely bitchy about everything. Her laziest says, well, I just didn't get around to it. That's right, a house now completely owned by me and my wife is inhabited by some random ass lady who essentially refused to move her stuff. I'm pretty furious at that point. I guess that's my specific this beach serious moment. But I'm trying to be nice and pleasant and all, so I tell her, okay, you have till Tuesday, and she starts yelling and getting angry and all, but at that point I said, have a good one, and left. Next day me and my brother go over to make sure she is moving and she isn't, and then she comes outside saying legally I have till the 4th of June, you have to give me 30 days. No idea where she got the 4th from. I say back, well, legally you're trespassing on private property and I could call the law on you. Also keep in mind she had already been paying for another apartment and could move her stuff at any time. She gets all angry again and slams the door on me, so I left prepared to call the law on Tuesday, but thankfully I scared her enough threatening the law that she was out by Tuesday, which was a good thing, except she left a shit ton of trash and broke one of the floorboard's transitions and scratched the absolute fackle of the hardwood floors, moving everything, and smashed a bunch of glass in the basement. She was literally disgusting as hell. So me and my wife and several family members have spent the last day trying to sanitize and disinfect everything and get stuff moved, and she was a heavy smoker, so everywhere she had a picture or something on the wall there is an outline. We are currently trying to figure out how to make the knotty pine interior match and get rid of those outlines. Anywho, that's my story. I have never hated someone random lady. I didn't know more than this stupid beachy beach. Sorry this was so long, but that's my story. When I used to work for a residential care facility, we had a client who was having a very hard time due to some rather asinine changes to his medication regimen, and he struggled with some huge outbursts, and almost all of us got our ass kicked pretty regularly. One day of a particularly painful week for me and some co-workers, his mom came in like a hurricane yelling, "What have you all done to my kid?" with her grown children in tow, armfuls of sugary food like regular soda, cake, candy, and tubs of ice cream, and some various other items. I explained the sweets, and because this client was pre-diabetic and could not have any access to his own sugary foods because he was on the brink of type 2 diabetes, dangerous close, as in, a bad binge could cause him to cross the threshold point, she gave him all of the junk food to take to his room without talking with us first, and blow off all us staff trying to convince her not to do that due to his health complications. A day or two after, he had the worst behavior he ever did because he was amped up on sugar and caffeine, and us staff got beaten even more than usual trying to deal with it. Point: as the shift leader at the time, I was super pissed over this. Luckily, it only happened once or twice because my manager raised a huge fuss over it, citing sabotage of his medical needs, treatment plans, and staff safety, and all other times his mom was required to follow visitor protocols. She wasn't at all happy over this, but, in college, I had to take this awful class in literacy development. It was required for all education majors. The professor was an absolute moron who hated me and the other science education majors because she didn't think students could learn through hands-on activities and thought the only thing valuable for them was reading. Point: we spent some time in class talking about students who were learning English as a new language, and she had us read to short texts. One of them was a paragraph of a man contemplating jumping off of a cliff, and the other was a physics problem about an object falling off a cliff, and you had to calculate the velocity before it hit the water. She asked us which one we thought would be harder for an ESL student, so I raised my hand, and we had the following conversation in front of the class. Me: I think the reading passage would be more difficult. A student would have to have a solid grasp of the language to understand what's happening, while for the physics problem, they just have to understand keywords like how long or how far in order to do the math, and math is universal. Wrong. Point: me. Why? It's a math problem with extra words to help set a scene. The English is important to understand, but it sets a backdrop for the math, which they shouldn't have as many issues with. Pointer: are you insulting math? Me: what? Stand up and apologize to the math teachers in this class. Beach actually stopped class to make me say that I was sorry for insulting math. She was a faking psycho. Need a German to help out here. Because I don't know if this woman was a complete and utter beach with no common courtesy or manners, or if this is simply a cultural difference. Point: I'm from Norway and took the train home from work. Train bound from Oslo to Bergen. I jump on the train the second last stop before Bergen, and it was fairly full. So headed down 3 wagons before I positioned myself in one in the midsection on the floor between seats. This last part was only a 5-minute ride. Jumped onto a random train wagon as it stopped. There were lots of German tourists on. Point: I was standing in the middle of the wagon floor because there were no seats and it's just a 5-minute ride. And this German woman out of nowhere starts pulling my jacket. I'm like, what the fuck is she doing? So she does it again, and I politely ask what it is. And she tells me rather frustrated and angrily, you can't stand there, this is our wagon. I'm telling her the train is full and it's just 5 minutes until we arrive, but she got visibly angry and disrespectful. So I moved down the midsection a bit to get away from her. The other German passengers didn't react to me being there, but this woman actually gets up, despite there being 3 minutes left of the ride, taps my shoulder, and tells me again, you can't be here. This is our wagon. I simply ignored her until we arrived, but I could hear her angrily speaking from her seat further behind as she sat back down. Never encountered something like this with other tourists in my country, and certainly never from anyone who is Norwegian. It's a public passenger train FFS. But she was acting like she owned that train wagon. Point again. To me she came across as an utter beach with absolutely no manners. But posting this because maybe there is some cultural difference here I'm not getting. I worked a dead-end job at a car service place. We did quick oil changes and light repairs. One day an older-ish lady came in with her new Ford Fiesta for its first oil change. We did the service pretty quick. It's less complicated on a new car. I deliver the car back to the customer in the typical fashion. Yes ma'am, everything looks great. She's still a new car. Have a great day. She hops in the car and drives away. 10 minutes later I see her approaching my desk with a sour look on her face. What did you do to my car? She yells. I'm clueless as to what she's implying, so I walk out to the car with her for a look. She opens the rear door and points at the window crank. You switched my doors. I'm dumbfounded. I'm sorry, what? I ask. She says with even more aplomb, why did you switch my doors? I had power windows and now I have roll-up windows. Background: the early Ford Fiesta had power windows in front and roll-up in the back. Don't ask me why. Ford does some weird shit sometimes. Ma'am, they are all that way, I say as I realize the batshit crazy I just unearthed. No, they are not, and I had power windows. You changed out my doors. At this point I bowed out and let my manager deal with the crazy. He showed her 3 other cars on the lot exactly like hers. She probably still thinks her car has some random doors from a base model Fiesta with roll-up windows TLDR. Crazy Beach thought I swapped her car's rear doors from power windows to roll-up windows in the 20 minutes it took to do an oil change. Turning right into a 4-lane road I lived in, 2 lanes in each direction. Lady behind me tailgating the whole way. Made turn, then merged over to inside lane. Crazy lady behind me attempted to go straight to the inside lane from the turn, so basically I cut her off in her mind. She whipped around me, then shortly took a left-hand turn lane off the road, but saw me flip her the bird as I drove past. For being a lunatic, she pulled out of the lane and started tailgating me. Then tried to pull up beside me and demand I pull over. I drove past my house and turned around. She followed. I turned around again. She followed. On the next turn around I called 911. She followed me in a circle on this road 3 more times. Tailgating, attempting to cut me off, screaming at me from her car because I refused to pull over. I got a 4-year-old in the back seat, so I'm trying not to freak out, but this beach is serious and crazy, so like hell am I pulling over? While on the phone she finally stopped following me, but by then I had given the police the car make, model and plates. No clue if they ever did a single thing about it. Was able to go home once she stopped following me. Second most insane driver I've ever encountered in the road. Beaten only by the person who hit and ran on me while going 75 on the freeway. I totally forgot about this until one of the other comments reminded me. So, I used to work at Bed Bath & Bullshit for online customer service. Total faking shit show. It's gone off the rails the past few months. We always had some interesting customers from day one, but this post took the goddamn cake. They sent this very long email explaining how this actually happened in 2008, but they heard we got a new CEO, so they were going to try to ask again to see if this new guy would be more helpful and understanding. 12 years ago, I believe, for a wedding or graduation present or SMTHG, they received $400 worth of gift cards to the store. Several months passed without them using them, so they decide to sell the cards on Craigslist so they can use the money elsewhere. They get a call from a potential buyer who says he wants to verify the balance and asks for the card numbers, and this goddamn idiot gave it to them. They said they didn't think the card could be used because the back numbers weren't scratched off. As if our website has some way of detecting that. So obviously the dude steals the $400. The original guy got pissed and reached out to us, and we got laughed out of the store. So now he emails over a decade later straight up demanding that we give him the $400 either as a new gift card or just like wire him the money. I honestly didn't think it was real at first, but we have to respond to emails, so I had to be like, thanks for the inquiry, sorry you got ripped off, but no, we are not giving you free money. And this motherfucker emailed me back this incoherent nonsense about how no wonder we are going out of business. QI roll. Every pissed customer says that, and how he's going straight to the news because he knows someone who works at Fox and CNN, and we are going to get lambasted. Totally shocked that didn't happen. I just emailed back, okay, do that. Sorry again. He never responded. I was working 2 retail jobs for a while at Home Depot and Ross. I worked at Ross as the front-end supervisor and cash office from 6:30 to 1:30, and then 2 o'clock to 10 p.m. at Home Depot. The most faked up shit always happened at Ross. I can't tell you how many times people would fill bags and just walk out the front door. My favorite was this family that had a getaway car and threw 4 full bags of shit in it. But that's a different story. One day, this grown-ass woman, we are talking mid-40s, throws a colossal beach fit because she tried to return nasty panties she'd very obviously worn. When the poor cashier had failed to calm her down, me and the manager spoke in soft tones explaining to her that we were unable to refund her money, then walked her to the front point our busy hour hit, and I had to open up a register and help the front, while the manager stayed in the back to watch the cameras. After a few minutes I hear someone yell, and a woman walking very fast from the shoe department. The next thing I know, my manager is running up to me red-faced, gritting his teeth and signals me to come with him. I quickly finish out the lady I was ringing up, close down my register and run over to him. It was about that time the wave of stench hit me. I'm talking about an odor so foul you find yourself wondering if they ate sheet for a solid week and this was the fruits of their labor. She had blasted a massive watery sheet on the shoe aisle. I was amazed at this lady's aim. How the faking holy hell she managed to get it across 4 rows of shoes, and just the evenness of the spread. I need answers on how a human can do that. The color was the most disturbing shade of lime green mixed with some sort of yellow, chunks, and most definitely blood. By the time we had 1, figured out what it was, and 2 who did it, the beach was long gone. We had to check the cameras, just to be sure. Those images have haunted me for years. Retail is a hell of a thing. Serving tables at a very popular Brooklyn sports bar. It was an extremely busy night, so we had sections. This party of about 10 to 15, they had friends coming in and out, sat at the section on the other side of restaurant from me. As in crossing the space to put in my orders, they flag me down. I hurry over, and this young lady says the group had been waiting and needs to order. I had a couple of orders to get to the kitchen and a few to the bar. So I politely told her that I'd find her server or be back in a moment. I handle my orders, run some food, return to their table. It is loud. It is rowdy. I have no idea where this table's server is and am already swamped, but I made time for this lady and her 10+ friends. She's in the middle of screaming to one of her friends. I try to catch her attention. Nothing. So I tap her on the shoulder and my exact words are, "Hey love, sorry about the wait. What can I get y'all?" She says something to the effect of, "Why are you hitting me? And how dare you call me love?" Now maybe I shouldn't have touched a costumer in a shoulder to shoulder bar. Maybe I shouldn't call a woman love, but I call everyone love, and it's not like we're in an alley and I'm crouching in the shadows saying this shit. Maybe I should have stayed in my section and not gone out of my way to help. Well, she wants the manager. I tell her that's fine, but he's busy, so it may be a while. I told her she can wait for her server and to have a good night. They didn't come back, thankfully. There's a piece of land next to my house that is technically owned by the city but unused. It sits between my and my neighbor's house and is a very sunny spot. About 15 years ago we fenced it off and put in raised beds for a garden. 8 years ago my neighbor died. His wife still lives there and my kid was born. The garden became overgrown with invasive trees and plants. This spring, since I'm home all the time, I decided to clear it out and put in some plants. Spent a good 2 full days of manual labor pulling out random crap and cleaning it up, repairing the fence, etc. Immediately upon finishing, a guy who lives down the street walks up and says, "Since you never use that land, I'm going to plant some vegetables there." I'm like, "Well, if you want to clear out a space over there, put up a fence, and make a garden, go for it." He then went on to say that, since it's city land, it's public and anyone can use it. City owned and public are not the same. So I said, "How are you going to water it? There's no water hookup." He didn't answer, but I'm sure he figured I could just borrow my garden hose and water, since I have to live near the guy. The next day I saw his wife and invited her to use a spot that I didn't have plans for. She said it was too much work, but thanks. Same guy lets his 2 female dogs run loose in the neighborhood and leave brown pee stains on the lawns. SMH. I managed a Dairy Queen for a few years and the owner had recently implemented a $0.15 charge for fry sauce. We previously had customers pump their own in the lobby free of charge, and so to make the transition easier I told all of the employees to notify customers that it would be a $0.15 charge and make sure they were okay with that point. If that customer was obstinate, as I expected many regulars would be, I told the employees to say, "I'd love to get you some fry sauce packets, but next time we will be charging $0.15. I was working the register covering an employee during their break, and a customer approached the counter. He and his family were unfamiliar to me, and I had worked at the store for nearly 4 years. He demanded fry sauce. I politely notified him that there would be a $0.15 charge, and he didn't like that. "The fuck you mean? I'm not paying for fry sauce," he loudly proclaimed in a DQ filled with Little League softball players and families. I told him that it's a recent change and that I can get him some fry sauce this time around, but that we will charge $0.15 next time. He continued to yell and berate me in front of a bunch of children until I asked him to take a seat and be quiet or leave. He continued and told me, "You're the shittiest manager I've ever seen, and your store is a shit show." It wasn't. We actually had a really strong reputation among the regime, and I make 4 times as much money as you do, and all I could think is this bitch serious? He claims to make $60 an hour and is throwing a tantrum over $0.15 fry sauce. When I worked at a hotel, it was a really busy wedding venue, so Fridays and Saturdays were incredibly busy all day. Typically with 2 weddings on Saturdays and check-ins all day. Saturday I'm working the mid-shift and the only other person there is my coworker, which is to say, no management because weekend. We both get a line of check-ins, probably 3 deep, and my customer hands me her ID and credit card. I verify her name and address and hand it back to her. Finish the check-in, and she asks for her ID back. Now mind you, I have a line of people behind her, and the lobby is full during all this. I explained to her I handed it back, but made a huge point of checking the desk and floor receipt. To reiterate I didn't have it. And this lady flipped the fuck out. I stole her ID and was calling her a liar, and she needed to speak to my manager. And I'm humiliated in front this lobby of people, trying not to cry because I couldn't just stop working. My coworker had to talk to her because nothing I said was right. After we clear the lobby, we called our security team who watched the footage of our interaction. Comes to the front desk to get the woman's room number and has to explain to her that she faking took her ID and put it in her purse because she refused to look through her stuff because I clearly stole her ID. Later, when my coworker was on lunch, she came back to the desk and actually had the balls to apologize to me for her abhorrent behavior, to a point when I tried to say it was okay because like what else can I say when I'm on the clock? She continually said her behavior wasn't okay, so I can respect that she realized how cruel she was and made a point to apologize. But honestly, it's been 10 years and I still remember how embarrassing and hurtful that experience was. My cousin lived in Victoria and was considering moving back to Queensland. She had had serious health issues for most of her life and wanted to be closer to her family as it looked like the issues were worsening. We had a bit of a chat, and I had a spare room in my house that I was more than willing for her to occupy. I lived alone. I found out after she died that she was gay, and it was something she struggled with her whole life, especially since her religious parents and sister didn't know, and I think she was scared of living with them in case they found out. I was still talking to my ex-girlfriend at the time, and she just flipped the fuck out when I told her about another woman living in my house faking. Seriously, she's my cousin. My cousin never did formally move. She came back to get treatment for leukemia about 12 months after all this went down, and died about 3 weeks after the first chemo treatment. She was 39. For a bit of added, "Is this cunt serious?" At her funeral, the priest started talking about how his 96-year-old mother was starting to feel a bit tired, and she didn't have the energy she once did. "Cunt, we are burying a 39-year-old woman who battled cancer for years, and you're having a sook about your 96-year-old mother feeling a bit tired." I worked as a box office cashier in a movie theater on Long Island in my late teens/early 20s. I was working a busy shift with a coworker, and she has a guy in her line making a fuss about something. I asked her what was going on and if she needed help, and she tells me he wants to buy a ticket, but he doesn't want to buy it from me. Okay. He can get in my line if he wants. Yeah. He told me he doesn't want a black person touching his money. Yes sir, he did. By the time he got to my window, he was fuming. I have to wait into lines just because I don't want some black beach touching my money. The Money you were going to hand her and never see again. I just don't want her touching it. I want one adult ticket for, like it was no big deal. I wasn't polite about refusing to sell him a ticket. The general manager was a friend and, like my coworker and me, a person of color, and the guy asked for the manager. One of the white assistant managers for the theater comes in. The guy lays out his problem while my coworker and I continue to ignore him, and then we hear Mike, the manager, saying loud enough for other customers to hear, "Yes, I understand that you don't want a black person touching your money, but I think it's best for you to leave now because frankly, I think that's stupid, and I'm not going to waste my time opening another register just for that, and we won't let you in without a ticket." Then he stood there until the beach left, turned around, and went about his business. I once went on a coffee date with a girl I met off Tinder, dating/hookup app. Everything was going well. Our convo got deeper when we started talking about college, sex, drugs, and even religion. She tells me she came from a small town where she was raised Christian, but she lost her desire to go to church in college. Well, we kept talking at the coffee shop until it was closing time, and as we were heading out, two other ladies who were in the coffee shop are leaving too. In my mind, I'm gonna walk her to her car, give her a kiss, and say goodnight, and go home. Then the sheet hit the fan as we were heading out. The two women were too. After I held the door for my date and the two women, we started walking away, and then one of them says, "Excuse me, what's up?" I ask. She starts saying, "I don't know you two, but something is telling me to tell you this. You don't have to do what you're about to do." I was like, what the fuck? It started with her talking to both of us, and her repeating, "This is a feeling, I have to tell you this," and later moved to her directly only speaking to my date, and saying, "You don't have to do this, or feel inclined to do this." And here I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? What do you think I was gonna do? I started feeling targeted. The second woman was quiet, but the one speaking then started saying God was giving her this mission to stop what was about to happen. And I was like telling my date, "Fuck this, let's just leave them here." And my date goes, "No, I think this is a sign I've been praying for." I was like, double what the fuck? The woman says, "You can stay with us, and we can talk, and you won't have to do what you were about to do." My dumbass date literally was like, him staying with these two strangers at 11 PM at a Panera parking lot. And this is when I was like, what the fuck, is this beach serious? I was pulling out in reverse and all three of them come together closely and do a group hug. One day after work I went to the grocery and was shopping in the produce section when an older woman asked if I would help her. She said that she wanted the really green bananas that they keep underneath the table area with the bananas, but can't get under the table to grab them. So I bend over and grab a bunch and hand them to her. "Lady, do they have any that are greener?" Me bends down to crawl under table and grabs another bunch that are slightly greener. Go to hand them to the lady. "Lady, how much do they weigh?" Me, "I have no idea, I could go weigh them." I walk across the produce section to the scale, weigh the bananas, then walk back. "They weigh 3.5 lbs. Lady, I want 4 pounds. Me, "Okay." Crawl under table again and grab one more banana. Hand to lady. "Lady, how much do they weigh now?" Me walks across produce section to weigh them, now starting to get annoyed. Come back to lady. "Bananas are almost exactly 4 pounds. Hand the bunch to lady." Lady, bossy tone, "Put them in a bag." Me starts looking for hidden camera. Puts bananas in bag. Lady, "Use the twisty tie." Me, very annoyed, but hopeful that there is nothing more that I need to do for this lady and bananas. Put bananas in bag with tie and hand to lady. Lady, "How much will this cost?" Me, "I don't work here." Lady, "I know." Me looks around again for hidden camera. "Okay, well the sign says 89 cents per pound." Lady, "So how much will they be?" Me, "Around $3.50. Lady, "Okay, thanks." Me, "Yep." Gets out of there as soon as possible so she doesn't ask for help with anything else. Well, when I was about 3 years old, and I was home alone with my mother, while my older brother and sister were at school and my father working, she told me to stay in the corner till they came back, and I just woke up, so I was confused why I was in trouble. It was 8 AM, and I listened till I couldn't stand it anymore, and told her I had to pee. Even as little as I was, I saw something in her eyes that I knew wasn't normal, and she proceeded to smack me and tell me to shut up and listen, and when I was about to start bawling my eyes out, she started hitting me. I couldn't help it for a little bit, so she continued to beat me for crying and then told me if I tried to leave the corner before dad came home, she'd kick me in the fucking face and make sure I didn't have to stand ever again. So here I am, a little 3-year-old, bruised and bloody a little, standing in this corner for hours after I woke up until my dad finally came home. First thing she does is go over to the corner and threaten to kick me in front of my dad. Needless to say, my dad didn't take that shit. He didn't hit her. There was just a big cuss fight. He almost immediately grabbed me, and my mom was yelling, saying if we left, she would call the cops and say he kidnapped me, and my dad just walked out, drove to my brother and sister's middle school and took us to our grandma's on his side. That was the day I realized, even the people that love you the most can hurt you the worst. Long story short, they diagnosed my mom with severe bipolar disorder and my parents got divorced within the year. My grandparents got full custody of me, and my mom wasn't allowed to see me unless a cop was present for a few years, until my brother was old enough to take me to visits at her grandparents' house. My dad could see me whenever he could, and did so as much as he could. Today, I'm 21. She is so heavily sedated, she can only smile and say AWW to basically anything I say, but I love her to death. It wasn't until I was diagnosed with bipolar 2 disorder, when I was 16, to really start to understand and forgive her. But after living with, almost, the same disorder, I know it wasn't her. It was not my mom. Over the years, when she got incredibly manic and back that way, I'd never be around her and call her Penny, her actual name, not Mom, because she wasn't my mother when she was Penny. I still see my dad every week and I always have, and always will love him more than anything, because he saved me without thinking about the consequences to him, which is what a real dad is. And as much as I hated her for a long time before I understood why she did what she did, the one thing I'd wish for, if I could wish for anything, would be for mental illness to just be drained from us and go back and start as a family again, without it affecting us and tearing us apart. It's an incredibly hard thing to live with. I have almost killed myself countless times in front of my wife and everything, and it just makes me so upset to know I have to live with this looming over me forever. But the worst is knowing it'll always affect the people I love the most, just like my mom. But in the end, all I want to say is, please be patient and understanding to people with mental disorders. Trust me, a lot of it seems insane and crazy, but when an episode occurs, think of it as two people. Normally it's the person you love and want to spend your days with, but when the episodes occur, we aren't the same, just the same person living in that body. It's almost like, when you're going through it, you're looking at yourself through your eyes, being controlled by whatever it is inside your head you can't find, and probably never will. It's as awful as it sounds like, and doesn't excuse everything from what happens, but trust me, it's worse for the person going through it to see what they did after the snapback, to realize they weren't even themselves. I'm sorry to make this so long. It's just really important to me to not only explain my story, but that people with mental illness are in a constant fight they can't stop unless they seek the wrong path of ending their lives. There's no good that can come out of suicide. You might relieve your pain, but you multiply that pain tenfold on the ones that love you. Please, if anyone reading this is thinking about self-harm in any way possible, just remember, even when you can't feel it or can't see it anymore, there is always someone who loves you more than you know, and you dying will only destroy them and put your pain onto them. Stay strong and stay safe. TLDR, women I worked with stored roadkill in the break room fridge. Point: I used to work in the south, in a very rural area. A woman I worked with was in the break room with me one morning as I prepared a coffee. She was a kind woman, quirky but mostly kept to herself. Point: that morning she confided in me that she kept foil and a shovel in her truck to scrape up any roadkill on the drive-in. Point: she noted that it was perfectly fine most of the time if you got to it early, and she did so mainly for her hawk. I asked her how she kept it from rotting, and she explained that she stored it in the employee fridge. Instantly my stomach dropped. I kept my lunches and snacks in this fridge. I asked her about diseases and mites, and expressed serious concerns about the health of others who use the fridge. She assured me that she put the roadkill in the communal freezer, so it would kill anything on it. I then asked her what if she got caught, to which she replied, I pull old frozen meal wrappings out of the recycling and wrap in it. No one would ever know. I was pretty upset. I told her she needed to stop doing such. Once she saw my response, I believe she had instant regret. She then expressed her worry about ours finding out and asked me not to say anything. Backstory: she was into a sport where she caught a wild bird and used it to hunt other small game. It's known as falconry. This woman had a hawk edited, added detail / spelling. One day an old toxic friend and I had planned a week prior to hang out, and I sat ready for hours the day of waiting for a text back. She had partied the night before, so she said she was too tired, but offered an alternative, that I just come over and we watch movies or something. I wanted to see her, so I made my way to her place, which she had an extra hour till I got there. When I got there, she texted me saying she needs to put on pants, so I waited outside till she opened the door. 20 minutes had passed, and I made a joke saying, how long does it take to put on pants? She got extremely offended and defensive, and it led to an entire argument through text as I was still standing outside waiting to be let in. At one point in the argument she asked, wait, what's your sign? I'm a Gemini. She was saying how yes, this makes sense, and went on to explain why I'm acting like this towards her. She ended it with, I've been very in touch lately, and I don't like your negative energy. You can leave. She's never been all spiritual and shit. It was very strange. I've just tried to explain how I felt disrespected because she had an hour to know I was coming and left me waiting outside. I left after standing outside for about 45 minutes hoping we would get to hang out. It hurt a lot at the time. I was bawling as I walked out of the neighborhood and had to call a friend. I've never cried in public like that. But that bad energy, you're a Gemini moment. I was truly like, is this beach serious? And you've got to be kidding me. Retired bouncer here. Dudes just swing on you, which is largely fine. I can swing back and very few people care. Girls lie to anyone who they think might stand up for them. Once a girl was causing problems with a guy and he waves us over. We talk to the guy and he apologizes saying that it's baby mama drama. We thank him for being calm and we tell the girl to be cool. 3 minutes later she decides to start stuff again. We talk to her and she's all riled up and starting to get crazy. 3 of us surround her and start moving towards the door. She starts resisting, so the 2 bouncers on either side each take a hand. She pulls one bouncer's hand to her mouth and bites hard. I'm behind them, so I loop my arms under hers and hold her in a half Nelson. She brings her feet off the ground and uses her heels to spike me in the shin. I tell her that if she keeps resisting she's going to jail. Then she starts screaming, my titties are out. My titties are out. I'm not about to let her loose because I don't know what she'll do, so I stop and let her friend adjust her top. The bouncer that got bit has gone outside and called the sheriff, so when I get outside I just hold her until he shows up. Well, a couple deputies show up. One takes the girl over, the other talks to the 3 of us, one at a time. We tell our story. The deputy rephrases stuff, checking for consistency. We are consistent. The deputies talk and they put bracelets on her. She starts screaming that she didn't do anything. My friend still has indentations on his hand that match her dental work, and I have a hole in my pants and I'm bleeding where she spiked me. We fill out reports and trade off with guys inside who fill out reports on how things started. The girl is still insisting she did nothing while letting out some crocodile tears. The deputies don't want to take her in, but we insist, and she went to county that night. My friend's tests for diseases associated with vampire/zombie/STD/crazy beach turn up negative. Hopefully dude's custody hearings got a little easier. It's winter in Minneapolis. I'm doing deliveries for a sandwich shop by bicycle. Perhaps 2 to 3 inches of fresh snow covers the ground. I'm delivering to a familiar address and I recall the building doesn't have any good spots to lock a bicycle to. I see these new signs with plastic posts and cone-shaped bottoms. The signs are for a legal office claiming a couple of spots for their business parking. Nothing unusual. I'll walk up to the back of a sign not obscuring its message or its parking spot. The ground around the sign hasn't been shoveled yet, so there's no visible walkway, and besides it's the last spot in the row. Nobody would wake there when there's a pretty clear path around the parked cars leading to the entrance of the building. Point I make my delivery, go back out into the cold, unlock my bike, and then a boomer with a bob haircut comes up to me and immediately lets me know she's angry that I locked to her business's sign. I first react with confusion and say okay. She gets closer to me as I try to swing my leg over my bike and ride off. I just repeat okay fine, and she's still spewing lines like you can't leave a bike here and whatnot. Not like a normal request, more like yelling. Point I try to leave and she gets in my way. I have to dismount. I'm trying to push my bike around to get into a clear space in the parking lot, and she gets about a foot from my face. I'm yelling stop talking to me over and over, and she's yelling the whole you can't lock here. She tried a kind of pathetic body check, but I moved back. Now I realize she's using the well accepted idea that if I, a 6 feet tall white guy who's arguably athletically built, use violence against her, I will forever be labeled a man who used violence against women. Point she's in my face looking up at me spewing the same ideas over and over about not locking there, and there's a bike rack behind the building. Meanwhile I just keep screaming you should stop talking to me, and finally I genuinely ask what's your problem? What do you want from me? And she replies who do you work for? I get around her, hop on my bike, and yell somebody else's name and the company he works for. I see there's maybe 3 to 5 PPL watching. My nerves are shot. She's looking like an entitled boomer who never worked a physical labor job. And the last thing I yell is it's fucking cold and snowy outside. Don't take shit to people who have to work outside. Fuck off. Fast forward to later that day. I'm having a beer with fellow bike boys downtown, and they tell me the name and company I gave her. Well, she must have called, because the guy I claimed to be was going to all the downtown sandwich shops in it. Is he trying to figure out which sandwich guy said he was him? He forgot to check my shop. Fast forward to a few months later, I'm at a bike event, and I spot the dude I claimed to be. I bought a bottle of Jameson, and go up to him, and say hey it was me. He was pretty cool about it. Sorta laughed but also was like sucker thanks for the booze. But yeah, the moment I realized she was baiting me to get physical was when I thought to myself, is she for real? I know I'm late to the post but fuck it, I have to share it anyway. Point during the summer of 2014 I was working at one of the only sports bars in downtown San Antonio. It was an opening shift, 10 or 5 p. There was the World Cup happening that summer, and we had been hit or miss for the games, especially during the week, so I was the only one there. I ended up getting a little busy, about 10 people sitting at the bar and maybe 20 more spread out over a few tables. I was able to handle it pretty well though, and didn't seem to have any upset guests. It should be noted here that we had a small bar food menu with stuff like pizza and wings that I had to make myself as well. Everything was already prepped, we just have to throw it in the oven. So on top of making all of these drinks and running around to serve them, I was also having to make their food. The fact that I didn't have anyone complaining was a miracle. I go to check in one of the tables, 2 girls and 4 guys. I ask one of the guys how his wings were, all that was left were bones, and I don't know what the fuck possessed him in that moment, but he just looked me straight in the eye as he pushed the entire basket of bones onto the floor and said, "Are you going to clean that up?" I stood in shock for a few seconds because I genuinely could not believe what had just happened. I looked at him and just screamed, "Are you faking serious? Get the fuck out of my bar now. Get the fuck out." He clearly didn't expect me to react like that and didn't know what to say or do. He just grabbed his sheet and left. Literally ran out the door and down the street until he was out of sight. His friends were just as baffled as I was. Their mouths were gaping wide open. They said he hasn't complained about anything at all, that he didn't seem mad, and that he had never done anything like that before, ever. It was such a strange situation, and 6 years later I still remember it clear as day. 20+ years ago, I worked at a small batch printing place, but we also offered proofreading and editing services. A lady came to have a few dozen copies of a manuscript printed. Because of the expense of the job, we confirmed, in writing, that she declined the proofreading service. Because of the size of the job, we cut the proofreading price to $50. She was super adamant that she didn't need it, and very strongly indicated she thought we were trying to upset. Fast forward a few days, jobs printed and CC charged. She comes back after accepting delivery, and SE was pissed. There were several typos that she hadn't caught. I showed her the email she sent, opened the attached files, the typos were there. She wanted a reprint of a $1,000 job, for free. I said no, but offered a 30% discount, so we could cover paper and ink costs. She picked up a large desktop printer, and threw it at me. I hit the robbery panic button. She went on a tear through the store, but cops were there in less than 2 minutes. Cop came in, she hit him with my mug that had been on the desk point. It sort of calmed down from there. She gave a UHH, creative version of the story, wherein I had attacked her, but the shop had like 15 cameras. I was happy to scowl/give copies to the police. Point: I will always respect customer facing workers, because a large portion of who they deal with are faking nuts, or just assholes to the core. A woman came into our store once. I was a temp who only worked over the holidays, because the rest of the time I was in university. She tries to pay by using Apple Pay, and for some reason nothing's going through on the screen. So I explain that sometimes the card machine acts up a bit, because we have old systems. So I cancel her transaction, and go to press card again. She asks me if we do accept Apple Pay in the store, and I direct her to the numerous signs next to the card reader until area saying that we do in fact accept Apple Pay. She then tells me that I must be doing something wrong as the payment still wasn't going through. I'd been working at the store for about 2 to 3 years prior, so I was sure I wasn't doing anything wrong. The next 5 minutes are her trying to belittle me, telling me I must be really stupid for working in retail, and that I wouldn't amount to anything. Tell her I'm actually in university doing a degree involving computers. She tells me I'm wasting my time and I should forget it if I can't even work at all. Ask her to try paying by Apple Pay again, and this time attempt to see what she's doing. Instead of putting her phone on the chip reader, slotting it onto the number pad and again gets mad at me that I'm not doing my job right as it's not working. The smug look on my face as I take her phone, put it onto the chip reader and say, "Hey, look at that. I guess my degree came in handy." She quickly turned red, gathered her things, and ran out of the store. I had a moment in my third high school. I moved a lot, so that's why I was on many different schools with a female classmate. For some context, I have dyscalculia, which is a serious mental disorder which doesn't allow me to do math like everybody else does. For example, I very often still have to use my fingers to count. I have to use a calculator even for the small 1x1 system, and I have no feeling for numbers. Well, literally everybody in my class knew that I had dyscalculia, and no one so far bullied me for that. Well, a school event was planned, and every class contributed something to the event. Like our class decided to put up a waffle and coffee stand. Now a few days before the event we were sitting in class and decided who would do what. The girl in this scenario was a queen bee type of girl who I'll call Kelly for privacy reasons. She wanted to be the one that takes the order and prepares it. Then my teacher asked me to be the cashier. She gave me the chance to tell her that I don't think that would be a good idea. She still signed me up for it, but said that she understood if I couldn't do it. Fast forward to the event. It's really full with students and parents, and more than expected came to our stand. Now I was standing behind the cash box and was totally overwhelmed and stressed. I then said to another classmate that I need a break and asked if they could do the cash box for a bit. They understood and I sat down a few meters away. My teacher suddenly appears and sees that I'm totally stressed out. She talks to me, offers me to just have a waffle or two and walk around a bit to release the stress. Suddenly, in the middle of my conversation with my teacher, Kelly tries to interrupt us. For whatever reasons, Kelly just starts talking at me and says stuff like, "Oh my god, are you going to get that change or not? Don't be so lazy and do the cash box. Hello, are you deaf? I told you to do something." I just ignored her the whole time and concentrated on the conversation with my teacher, but I heard her whinny voice the whole time in my left ear. I wish I cold slapped her, but my teacher just grabbed 2 fresh waffles, gave them to me on a paper plate, and told me to go and maybe talk to my dad, and that was it point. But afterwards I was so stressed that my father offered to drive me home to avoid a mental breakdown. So when I took my father's waffle maker that I had brought to the school and packed everything I had on me that day, suddenly all my female classmates start to harass me saying, "Why the hell didn't you help Kelly? She clearly asked you to do something for her. You're such a lazy ass. Well, no wonder you don't have so many friends as we do. I mean WTH. What is wrong with some people? PS. If anyone has read through all of that rant, thank you for reading my story. I know I'm not really good at keeping stories short, but hopefully it was interesting to read." This girl in my school went out of her way to fake being rich. It was a private school, so everyone was at least upper middle class, but she pretended like she was a billionaire. She claimed she lived in a huge mansion, but would always make an excuse as we wanted to go over. It was always small things that would make you suspicious, like she had a cracked S4, but pretend that she had her iPhone 11 Pro at home. Everyone suspected, but no one had any proof, so we just kept it to ourselves as her lies got more and more outrageous. She had a major issues with me, and for the life of me, I had no idea what it was. From the day I met her I had been nothing other than friendly, and regarded her as one of my close friends. Actually, I know where her problems stemmed. She dated one of my male best friends. We had a past, but we are solely friends, and I had even helped them get together. Anyway, a couple months later they broke up, and she blames me for it, when it was clearly her lies and deceit that caused them to break up, as well as the fact me and him continued as friends, after which caused her to start rumors about me, and which almost cost me my relationship. Turns out a guy she introduced me to never existed, and it was just her texting me from a different phone and wanted to get nudes from me. At the end of it all we ended up having a fight, and I'm glad that all of our friends sided with me as all her lies came out. We are now no longer on speaking terms as this pandemic caused school to close just days after the fight, but once it reopens I don't know how I can see her without purely being upset and worried about her telling people all of the things I told her during our friendship. She's done so many hurtful things under the guise of being friends that this is just the tip of the iceberg. I just really truly hate her, but I feel so vulnerable. Sorry if this is long-winded, but it's the first time I've got all this off my chest. In my world history class in 9th grade, we had an assignment with outlines of Europe, the world, and was asked to name the countries. So I go off writing in the names of each country on the lines, provided when I come across the top part of Africa which has a line for an entry. What? Africa? I thought this was world history. What's that doing here? I thought this was supposed to be an Anglo-centric public education system. So I think as best I can and decide, well, Egypt is around there somewhere, since it was once a territory of the world. I write in Egypt. Then we get our papers back with the grades. My grade was a 99 out of 100. 1 point was subtracted for Egypt. The correct answer was written in red. Africa is. This beach serious? She deducted a point because I said Egypt and not Africa. I went and complained to her. I said, look, I know Egypt is in Africa, but the paper specifically said name the countries. So I had to take my best guess. She said, well, it's not Egypt though. It's Algeria. If you said that, you'd get a point. And I said, but Africa would have been acceptable? Yes. Even though it's not a country. She didn't respond. But Egypt is in Africa. Yes, but that's not Egypt. I was so pissed. So much so that when she came to my wedding over 20 years later and came up to my wife and me, I said, see, honey, this is that beach that refused to give me a point because she didn't know Africa wasn't a country. I worked with a female who had issues with me for reasons I did not initially understand. She was always making interactions awkward, being passive aggressive, what have you. I assumed she was probably jealous, and this was later confirmed by a coworker, and refused to engage. I have suffered from chronic and debilitating migraines for many years. The female in question caught wind of this and tried to convince me it was my diet that was leading to my migraines. I tried to politely dismiss her theory and simply said that each individual's physiology is different, and while I was glad she had found what worked for her, that I had visited various neurologists and health specialists regarding my condition and knew that diet was not the primary source of my chronic pain. She refused to believe this and kept going. I dismissed this. After reflecting on it, I reached out the next day via work messenger to let her know that I was the victim of extreme domestic violence and that I had suffered trauma to the head, which resulted in it be and has led to chronic and worsening migraines. Rather than extend compassion or understanding and retract her previous day's erroneous assumptions, she became defensive and completely dismissed anything I had to say. The next day, she brought my coworker, who sat right beside me, a book about the correlation between migraines and food, and made sure it was in my sights when I entered work. Is this beach serious? I could not stand her from that day forward, especially since she continued to be petty and unprofessional as hell, all for the sake of her brittle ego. Fuck that beach. I'm a white guy who found himself living in a poorer black community while I was in a band. We had very little money and the house we found was dirt cheap, so to our naive young minds, it was a no-brainer. Well, over the year I lived there, I was nothing but nice to my neighbors, and while a few were nice, most were pretty racist and would ignore me when I would say hi, come scream at me if my car was parked slightly past their fence, we are talking centimeters, and even keyed my car. I let their kids play in my yard because I was too afraid to say anything. Well, I bought a beat up old bike from Goodwill and made it a pet project to fix it up. When I eventually did, I rode it around to get some exercise and I would get nothing but glares from these people. They obviously hated me for being white and nothing I could do would change it, so I eventually embraced it. Well, one day I was riding pretty hard, building up a good sweat, and this one guy is just sitting on his stoop and I hear him mumble something as I ride by which sounded like "fuck you cracker" or something along the likes. I don't know what came over me, but I had finally had enough. I slammed on my brakes, put the kickstand down, walked over and asked, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, man. What was that?" And he immediately goes to, "Where do you live?" And I just point in a general direction and say, "Over there." "Now what was it you said?" And he just starts mumbling some nonsense and I say, "Okay, well, you have a good day," and I'm off. Fuck that place and all those hateful people. I hope that neighborhood gets demolished. Okay, story time. One time in middle school a long time ago, this girl was allergic to mushrooms. There was mushrooms and something else for lunch. This girl complained that she was allergic to mushrooms. The kind little lunch lady said okay and asked he to choose something else. The little girl refused. She wanted them to make her a special meal, exactly what it was, but mushroom free with a taco on the side. Kid, they can't do that, it would be unfair. Which is what the lunch lady said, but calmer. Then she started crying on the floor, screaming because she wanted a special meal. Later I was ranting about how much of an entitled little bitch she is. Next one, okay, so I was thirsty and wanted Arizona tea. So I grabbed my $5 and walked to Walgreens to get a bunch. Then I got my cans and went to check out. This lady in front of me saw a deal saying, "but 2 get 1 free on cereal." The cashier told her it was only for card members, which she wasn't. She started saying the typical Florida Karen stuff. The reason I moved. Like, well, that's unacceptable. Why would it say the discount if I can't get it? Let me speak to your manager. I just want cereal for my kids. Kinda shit. Then she accused to file a lawsuit for false advertising. The employee walked her over to a sign and it said in bold, "buy 2 get 1 free with Walgreens card." Then she started making shit up about how her vision is horrible, didn't have glasses, and it should be bigger. Took up whole sign. Then I cut in, because I'm a good person. I'm covering for the minimum wage workers that are scraping by because they don't get paid enough. I told her off, and I found out later she left a 1-star Yelp review. LMAO. I used to manage a movie theater in the mall. Since the lobby was near the entrance, we would frequently have shoppers swing in to get popcorn or soda to snack on while they shopped. One day this woman comes up to the counter and orders a small popcorn. I fill up a small bag, take her money, provide change, thank her for her business, and go back to staring at the wall waiting for the after school crowd to show up. Roughly 20 minutes later she comes back in and plops the now 3/4 empty bag down on the counter while I'm mentally preparing myself to go through the stupid discovery process on whether or not I'm going to refill the popcorn. She just asks if I can pour the rest into a brown paper bag. Sorry, ma'am, we don't have any brown paper bags, just the decorative ones we serve the popcorn in. She crumples up the bag, throws it in the lobby trash, and then demands a refund. I politely, but firmly explain that not liking the packaging isn't grounds for a refund for a product she had already consumed the majority of. Over the next 15 minutes or so, in no particular order, she yelled at me for what's wrong with America, threatened to sue me, threatened to call the Better Business Bureau, demanded to speak with the manager, got super pissed when I informed her I was the manager, and peppered it all with a few randomly placed "the customer is always right" statements. Obnoxious, but not the worst customer I'd had to deal with. Once there was a lull in the ranting, I gestured my hand towards the open lobby in trance and asked her to please leave before I had to call security. At that point she just went red in the face and started yelling at me for being an agent of Satan, that the theater itself, decorated in a gaudy jungle/Aztec theme, was a demon temple, and that Jesus Christ was coming to strike me down. She then knocked over a couple of our display stands while screaming something about moneylenders and Jews. By then I was already on the phone with security, who were polite enough to come down and escort her away to be someone else's problem. TLDR, boyfriend refuses to give free sandwich, lady lost her already paid for food. My boyfriend, I'll call him John for this story, is a manager at a sandwich shop. Every once in a while he'll come home with these little gems of customer stories. Here's one. A woman comes through the drive-thru, already being abusive to the girl on the headset taking her order. As she pulled up to pay for her food, John confirms with the girl that this was the woman who blew up on her at the speaker before taking over. John was professional and polite, of course. He prides himself on customer service. He just didn't want the girl to be put through whatever abuse the woman may dish out. After a moment the woman receives her food and checks the bag. She discovers that one of her sandwiches doesn't have lettuce, which she forgot to ask for, and is only 49 cents extra. No big deal. John apologizes and offers to give her a side portion of lettuce for free for her to put on at home, or offers to remake her sandwich if she returned the messed up one. But no. She asked for another 6-inch sandwich as compensation for her trouble. John, being a little taken aback, repeated what she just said, making sure he had heard her right. She was completely serious. Long story short, he laughed a bit, and the woman flips her lid, yelling insults and obscenities. I won't lie and say John didn't throw a few back. It ended up escalating to John closing the window just as the woman threw her sandwich out her car trying to hit John. She sped off right after, and John said her face when her sandwich hit the window instead of him was priceless. So there I am, driving to work, and I'm on the final leg, a narrow 2-lane road leading into a residential area. I work at a school in that residential area at the time. As you turn onto this road, there is a smattering of businesses on the corner. A Starbucks notoriously clogs morning traffic, as their generously long drive-through lane still isn't enough to sate the thirsts of people needing their daily $80 Mocha Grande Americano half-caff light ice blonde frappas macchiato. In a ho, this drive-through spills out onto the two-way road, blocking the road for anyone trying to get out. This usually isn't too terrible, as the drive-through is set back just enough that as long as there isn't any oncoming traffic from people entering the residential area, you can cross into the oncoming lane for a moment, bypass the drive-through, and be on your way. Well, it's about 7 AM and I, like most staff members, are just making their way to work. As I turn into this road, the Starbucks has already begun to back up. I drive as normal, in my lane, only to suddenly be stopped by a SUV driving towards me, in my lane. The driver understandably wants to get around the drive-through. Problem is, I'm in my lane driving the correct direction. She is not. I motion for her to back up into her lane, and wait a moment. Nope. She won't budge. She motions for me to back up. Mind you, there's only about 20 feet behind me before my rear bumper would be in the intersection. Not a ton of maneuvering space, and that's neglecting the fact that there's a sedan and garbage pickup truck behind me. The garbage truck entered the intersection during green, but because I and the sedan had to stop for this SUV, he's now stuck in the intersection and getting his own spat of grief for it. I can't back up. The SUV clearly can. I motion again. No dice. She honks at me. I motion behind me and motion to the road, hoping to pantomime that once again I'm blocked in and she's on the wrong side of the road. Nope, won't move. Finally she gets out of her car. You need to move or I'm calling the police. Me calling the police on me driving the right way down the road. You're blocking traffic. System 32.exe has failed. My brain sort of implodes trying to understand her mental gymnastics. The garbage truck driver had apparently dealt with such bullshit on a far more frequent occasion and had gotten out of his cab to yell at the lady. Argument ensues, with no one going anywhere. By now, the turn lane to get onto this residential road is super backed up from my colleagues trying to get to work and morning drivers jonesing for their Starbucks. The drivers who had no intention of turning onto this little road and just want to go straight olivered at the garbage truck driver, who is trying to explain that if Karen would just get herself out of the wrong side of the road, this would all be solved incredibly quickly. I don't know if someone called police. I suspect just coincidence of timing. Our school resource officer shows up. Police officer assigned to schools to perform community safety role. She has 3 other schools she is assigned to though, so no expectation for her to be here any particular day. She listens to all sides one by one, nods, then approaches the woman. Last point officer, so you're headed to work? Karen, yes, and these jerks are blocking traffic. Officer, do you understand that you're driving the wrong way down the street? Karen, the drive-through is blocking the road. How am I supposed to get out? Officer, so you acknowledge that you voluntarily drove into oncoming traffic and now refuse to move your vehicle? Karen, yes, but too late. Out came the handcuffs. Booked for negligently interfering with public services, sanitation, and apparently a city utility truck was trying to get in to do electrical work down the street. Traffic violations and reckless driving. It all could have been avoided if she'd just backed up and waited 30 seconds for oncoming traffic to clear out. Then she could have driven around, just like everyone else does. But her pride or stupidity just wouldn't let her back down. One of the most bizarre experiences of my life. Boy, have I got a story for you. This might get buried, but I will never skip the opportunity to talk about this guy. For some context, I was 21 at the time, a virgin, in a foreign country for my internship. I was studying to become a primary school teacher, and I hadn't had a real relationship up until that point. On to the story. I met this guy when I was almost done with the first part of my internship. We kind of clicked. He was handsome and smooth enough to get a date with me. All goes well, and we started dating for real. Fast forward to that weekend, and I was staying at his place. We kissed, watched a movie, and things got frisky. We go to his room, and, knowing bloody well this is my first time, he puts on Born to get in the mood. Already feeling self-conscious, I go with it, and we do the deed. Nothing really special. We keep going out, and I eventually spend more time at his place. This is where it gets worse. Some of the things he said to me, and genuinely believed / said were true. Women have sperm. You cannot get pregnant from precum. Nuns wanted to sleep with him. As in, this apparently happened more than once. Pulling out was a safe method. Using the pill would make a woman infertile. He could see when a baby was gay. If we had a baby and it was gay, he didn't want it. When dating for 2 weeks, he had planned out my entire life as well. From my job to where we would live, the age he would propose, and how many kids I would have popped out by a certain age. When touching my hair, saying, "This is now my hair, you're not allowed to cut my hair." Yes, he was serious. Yes, I broke up with him soon after. Yes, I regret going out with him. Yes, I've cut my hair since then. Fuck off, Steven. When CPS worker told me she couldn't give me benefits for 3 kids they placed with me because they were giving the benefits to my cousin, who lost custody of them, she wouldn't pass a drug test or take care of them. So my cousin begs me to take her kids so CPS wouldn't put them in a foster home because she and baby daddy were too busy partying, fighting, and doing drugs. So they placed my cousin's 3 kids with me and she wouldn't bring them food, clothes, Medicaid card, nothing. She didn't even come see them. After 6 months of no help, I go to social services to apply for help. She says no, the mother is receiving maximum benefits for the kids. Ask her. Plus you have a job. I said so you expect me to allow her visits with my gas, my time plus him footing the bills for her kids she doesn't even show up to see. Plus you're paying her for kids she doesn't have. I flipped the heck out. I went online to Medicaid fraud report and to the governor's office. I went back to SS next day. I said y'all promised to help me if their mother didn't, and now nobody is helping us. I'm going in debt, losing my house, pawning my stuff to feed us all, plus school supplies etc. I love the kids, but I'm no better if I can't provide. Social worker says I'll do an application for you to receive benefits, it could take a while. I said no, I'm reporting you and her, because who continues to give a mother benefits for kids she don't have? And y'all were the ones who removed those kids, so this isn't right. She tells me to leave. NC didn't do anything to help us. I filed a lawsuit with the mother and CPS. Judge threw the CPS case out, but awarded child support payment from their father, $25 a month. They didn't do anything to help those kids. They eventually placed them back with the mother when she passed a drug test 2 months after she got them. The school reported her to CPS for stealing her kids' Adderall. Kids having bruises, starving them, no home, dirty soiled clothes, and suspected sexual abuse. Don't you know that CPS came running to me again? I had my lawyer draw up an agreement this time that forced them to help the children, child support from both parents, and no visits their parents. I would get sole custody this time. CPS in North Carolina is crap. They place kids back in abusive drug-fueled homes, and they never check on the kids. They go by what the adult tells them. Oh, I have a golden one. It was October 2016. I was dating a girl. I was 21, and she was 20 at the time, who was terrified of clowns. This was around the time that creepy clown trend was going on around the U.S. And no, I'm not just talking about the election that year. I'm watching TV at her house while she's browsing Facebook and suddenly she gets really excited. So I turn to her and ask what she's so excited about. She then shows me an article saying how people are now allowed to legally kill creepy clowns according to authorities. I can see this is clearly a fake article and sort of just laugh and say good for you, thinking that she was either joking or that after about 5 seconds she'll realize it's fake. Then suddenly, we have a fascinating exchange. Her, hey, your dad has a gun, right? Me, yeah. Her, can I borrow it? I wanna go out and shoot those clowns. Me, excuse me. Her, I wanna shoot them. You know I hate clowns. And the article says we're allowed to kill them. By this point I'm completely baffled. She was dead serious. She actually wanted to use my dad's gun to kill clowns. I had to explain to her that the article was fake and that if she shoots a clown she will go to jail. She then repeatedly talks about the article and how she can do it because it says so. I then tell her the article is fake and she becomes completely defensive and adamant that it's real. I explain to her that it's not real because otherwise you'd have other news sources like CNN, Fox, BBC, etc. reporting on it. This went on for roughly 10 minutes. I even pulled up the Snopes article explaining how it's fake. This did not deter her. Eventually she didn't go out and shoot any clowns, but I feel that I lost brain cells throughout that argument. Point her source in all this? Daily Finisher, a joke website that intentionally makes fake headlines and articles for fun. Point, here's a Snopes article. Couldn't get the Daily Finisher link to work. Happened at work, supermarket. I'm a stock clerk with PTSD when the mass buying got really crazy. It was a Saturday, which means I was running a large and unsorted specialty merch truck. After 3 hours of fighting crowds all over the store, I finally told my manager, look, I will 100% do this job, but I absolutely cannot do it with this lack of space. I'll be back when the crowd dies off. So I clock out and head for my car. In comes old lady on a scooter. I don't know why I stopped. Heavy conscience, I guess. She tells me she called and told the lady, God only knows who, she was going to need help around the store. Now, this was right before we ran out of all the meat, so it was absolutely bizarre. Like, 3 Black Fridays at masses didn't begin to prepare me for this level of madness. I decided the lady on the phone was most likely the customer service manager, who was hopelessly pinned to a register. I walked over to her and told her this lady needs help getting what she needs with my best look. If I don't get out of here I'm going to melt down like Chernobyl, please help me face. But there was nobody who could help me out. So I went back to the lady on the scooter. Maybe she only needs a couple things. In out, 20 minutes. No. She wants enough to last her 2 weeks and she's not sure what she can get. She's got Snap and has to get what she can. Doesn't skimp on Miracle Whip, though gross. I walked with her all the way through the produce department, down an aisle, and across half the meat section, before I found the grocery, my manager. I filled him in on what she needs. I'll let him know the front end told her they could help, but they got swamped, and I reminded him that I had already clocked out, and I needed to go right now, before I started seriously freaking out. I felt bad leaving, but I couldn't stay. I'm not a people person. I don't do my job because I'm good with people. I'm certainly not a personal shopper. Was working for a now closed electronics shop, let's just call it Shortwave Hut, on the day after Christmas, a day we were of course inundated with returns. Generally the policy was, if the product was complete, in box with all the accessories, that is resellable, we'd give money back with no receipt. A woman comes in and hands me a plastic grocery sack. Inside said sack was what might technically be called a remote controlled car. But only by someone extremely generous. It was missing a wheel, the remote wasn't there, and it was liberally coated in dried out dirt with the constancy of concrete. The paint/decals were mostly worn off. Looking at it, I was pretty sure she had literally dug it up after it had spent years buried underground. She proceeds to tell me she had bought it in our store as a gift for a friend's child last week, but had given her a different present and thus wanted to return this for the full purchase price. I'm trying not to be rude, but I'm just overcome with how audacious she was trying to pull off the bored last week lie. So I just told her there was no way in hell I was going to even try to process the return. So of course she starts screaming at me at the top of her lungs for how dare I doubt her, and she's going to sue, etc. At this point I notice the SKU number on the bottom of the rack. About 9 years previously the chain had migrated their SKU number pattern and this was the old style, meaning it literally could not have been sold by us any more recently than 9 years ago. I pointed this out, only to be met by more screaming about how we were trying to scam her. Keep in mind the normal policy was no receipt, no return. We just relaxed said policy in the days following Christmas. I just kept pointing to the SKU and told her I literally couldn't process a return. The system wouldn't recognize it. After several more minutes of screaming and me just repeatedly pointing out the impossibility of doing a return, she left with parting words of how she was going to call all the news stations and break the news of our scamming her. Amazingly enough, I never heard any follow-up from any news agencies regarding this issue of said customer discovering our nefarious plans to cheat her. Woo. I was working as a cocktail server at a piano bar on New Year's Eve, was serving a group of old ladies that had been drinking wine and having tons of fun. Then their friend shows up and starts ordering double vodka sodas. After 2 of those, I notice that she is also taking sips of her friend's red wine. She got kind of frustrated with me that her drinks took a little longer. We were slammed, but of course I apologized and did my best to make things right with her. Anyways, she's probably pretty drunk, and I'm thinking I'm not gonna serve her anymore. She asks for the bill so it works out. As I'm trying to hand her the bill, once again it took an extra minute. She changes her mind and tries to order a bottle of champagne. She assures me that they all have rides and is going to share the bottle with her 5 friends. It's New Year's. I don't want to ruin anyone's night. She was already mad at me before. So I bring them the champagne, and she hugs me and thanks me, and I'm back in her good graces. The way our POS system worked, I would have to reopen her check and add the bottle of champagne on it. But I need a manager to do it for me because they have the code. However, manager was slammed, so I had to wait a bit for that as well. Then she asks for her bill once again. I adjust her total with the manager and then bring her the check. She starts freaking out. Apparently I gave her the old bill with the new receipt by accident. So her bill, that she needed to sign, was less than what the receipt showed. Honest mistake and easy to fix. I try to explain, and she was not connecting the dots. I can see how it might be confusing for someone who is intoxicated. But she screams at me and goes up to the bar and starts yelling at the manager. I go to the server station to close out some more orders. One of our bartenders comes back and says you might wanna stay in here for a while. She's throwing things at the bartenders haha. What? I thought for sure my manager would be kicking her out, but I go back to the floor and there she is still. The bartender leaves her bill in the server well for me, and on the tip line it says fuck you haha. Okay. Happy New Year to you too, Angel. Back in the glorious 90s I worked for a toy store called the Imaginarium in Tucson, at the height of mall culture days. I was young, and it was my first retail job. I was hired on an on-call basis. Marty, the manager, explained to me I would work when I was called, usually had maybe an hour's notice. This floating schedule worked fine for me. One day, I get an irate call from the assistant floor manager, Lorraine, that I'm supposed to be at work, and where the hell am I? So I scramble to get over there ASAP, and immediately she calls me into the back office. She absolutely tears into me, saying I was on the schedule, questions my responsibility, calls me useless, etc. And I'm absolutely thrashed and totally demoralized. Of course she has the super hipster glasses and a super cool ISIS or something tattoo on her chest. Obviously she was a cool person, and I was not. In a toy store, surrounded by happy little children. After my shift was over I sadly quit immediately. Point later that week I have to go into the store to retrieve my paycheck, and Marty the manager is there. She asks me why I quit, that I seemed so happy selling toys. So I explained to her the conversation with Lorraine the assistant floor manager, her exerting her authority over me, and her berating me. So Marty sighs, exasperated, and explains that Lorraine was wrong, and I was following exactly Marty's instructions. Then she takes me onto the floor and calls Lorraine over and makes her apologize to me in front of all the staff. This is the most tense, highest drama I have experienced in a toy store. Can't tell you how weirdly awesome this was. Lorraine eating crow, surrounded by happy laughing children. One of the greatest work experiences ever. I then stayed and worked full time and spent 2 Christmas seasons shamelessly manipulating rich white ladies to buy tons of toys for their children. I have no regrets. My mom forced me to hang out with the daughter of her friend. This girl was a mess. She was dating in secret this guy. I tried to be a good friend. I helped her a lot, advised her, bought pregnancy tests for her because they were idiots. I even had to cover up for her a few times against my will. She basically found ways to make me lie to our moms. I hated lying, and I started resenting her. She was really a lame friend. Plus I didn't like the guy because he was manipulative. After a few months, their secret was out of the box. Her mom was furious and wanted them to break up. The girl didn't want to, and I was the only person she was willing to talk to. Clearly she was in a bad place and I didn't want to turn my back on her. She adopted this mentality, everyone is against me. Thankfully she ended up breaking up with the guy because he got violent. I thought that was it. I was free of this story. Well, a few weeks afterwards, I came from university to visit my parents for the weekend. I arrived on a Friday evening, and I had to leave on Sunday at 2 p.m. She came with her mom to visit me on Saturday evening. Out of the blue she started being dramatic, saying how she missed me, how we needed to spend more time together before I leave, and convinced our moms to let her go to movie theater with me on Sunday morning. She was only allowed to go out with trusted people. I didn't think too much about it, because even if I was kinda upset, because I wanted to spend more time with my family before leaving, I still pitied her a little bit. On Sunday morning, we arrived at the movie theater, and surprise, who is waiting for us there? Her faking ex-boyfriend. She was using me as cover up, once again. I was furious and so disappointed, but I kept my cool, because we were still gonna watch a movie together, right? Wrong. They sat behind me and spent the whole movie making out, and she was giving a faking hand job behind my back. This was my "is this beach serious" moment. When I was 16, I was working at the mall and retail at a California-esque surfer/skate style teen clothing store. I liked working after school though, because the mall was usually dead, and I could just spend my time folding or wandering, as I was typically the only associate on during these shifts. On this day, I was minding my business when a woman comes up to me and tells me she had put an item on hold 2 weeks ago and was here to pick it up. Immediately, I knew I was in for it, as we had a policy of only doing 24-hour holds. Whoever told this woman she could hold an item for 2 weeks was incorrect, and now I would have to tell her it's not in the bag. I did just that, and she lost it. She called me names left and right, telling me that the reason I was in this job is because I'm uneducated and unemployable by any respectable job. Remember, I was 16. Close to tears, I got my manager and the three of us went to the register to see if we could order this specific item from online and have it shipped to her. We searched the website forever until we asked one question that should been asked far earlier. "What brand is the item you're looking for?" She told us, and we quickly realized we don't sell that brand, but another more specialized skate store in the mall with a similar vibe to us did. We proposed that maybe she put the item on hold there instead, and she realized that she was in fact in the wrong store. We called upstairs, and they had the item waiting for her. She apologized profusely, but it was difficult to accept it from someone who thinks it's okay to treat people that way in the first place. Just one. I must have done several such moments involved a philanthropic shoe company. I'll call them Mike's, so they don't sue me. My extended family had a small vegan-friendly retail store back in the day. We were shocked and dismayed by a sudden onslaught of grubby hippie kids demanding Mike's. We didn't carry Mike's. The shop next door did, and we weren't on speaking terms with them because their client base liked to shoplift, and they refused to do anything about it. Every damn time we explained this, the hippie kid would immediately demand we tell them what colors the other store carried. Flipping excuse me? First of all, it's not our job to know that. Second, it's 10 feet away, so walk over there yourself. Strike one. Mike's. The hippie's obnoxious demands for Mike's, the ugliest, least supportive shoes I have ever seen, drove us crazy. And the kicker was that Mike's weren't vegan, they all had leather in the sole. Whenever we explained that to someone, they invariably threw a tantrum or argued with us, claiming it wasn't true. We printed out a page from their website to prove it. Strike 1.5. Mike's finally made a big stink about introducing some vegan styles. We placed an order, which they tried to alter. "Oh, we only have 3 cases of vegan shoes left. You have to take one non-vegan case." Hell no. That wasn't what we'd agreed to. They argued with us, claiming other vegan stores had shut up and taken non-vegan shoes. They refused to say which ones, and I think they were making that up. Strike 2. Mike's. So we got our 3 cases and were promptly bombarded with complaints about the available colors. I can't blame the customers, they were hideous. The customers wanted normal colors like black and red, which were only available with leather soles. One young lady burst into tears when we explained that. We wrote to the CEO, explaining that although we would like to sell more shoes, lack of basic colors was making that difficult. They responded by ignoring our next order, screaming at and verbally abusing our buyer when she called to follow up, and rudely refusing to sell us anything else. This was around the time they decided they were too good for the smaller stores that had taken a chance on their hideous shoes. They were suddenly sold at the mall, but not the store next door. Strike 3. Mike's. Side note, one of the shop assistants had interned with Mike's. They gave her an excellent reference and told us they didn't hire her because she sounded like a child over the phone. She did, but come on. I normally cheer on generous companies, but everything else about Mike's and their crazy client base screamed, "Are these beaches serious? I'll crack open a bottle of sparkling cider the day they go out of business." I worked for a small town radio station and mentioned on air that the only McDonald's drive-thru was closed for renovations, but the restaurant was still open and fully functional. Even did the kiss-ass thing of boasting about how great they are. 0.20 minutes later I'm in my office and get a call from reception saying McDonald's manager is on the line. Okay, maybe they want to give more details for the closure, since they had nothing on social media, just signs at the entrance. I accept the call and this 40-year-old Karen explodes in my ear. The shortened conversation went, get that off the air now. How did you find out about this? This is absolutely unacceptable. I'll be speaking with your manager. Where did you see this information? Me. I went to McDonald's. Her. Well, get that off air right me. It was a 30-second break. It only aired once and can't possibly air again. Get me your manager. Who authorized that to go to AM? I'm the manager, and I'm the one who said it. I gave her my name. She didn't believe I was the manager. I'm female and sound young, and kept saying that my boss will hear from her. Just wait, she's going to pull advertising. I asked for her name, so I can speak to the McDonald's area manager. She hung up. Epilogue. Turns out that when McD's has renovations they get an allocated budget for an in-store promotion and to advertise they'll be closed and tell of the details. She didn't do that. They literally had a cardboard sign out the front saying drive-through was closed while they did major renovations to the car park and playground. Nothing else happened, and I was too overworked to track down her area manager. TLDR. Girl talked to me about how bad my sister was without realizing she was my sister and tried to defend it. After I revealed who I was in college, nobody called me by my first name, instead calling me by my nickname my fraternity gave me. My sister just came to the same college, and one of my frat brothers was dating another freshman. One day hanging in his apartment his girlfriend comes in talking all kinds of shit about my sister to me. Now my brother was in class, and it was just her and me, so I just played along. This goes on for a long time and several brothers come in, knowing full well that this is my sister, but play along as well. Finally she says something that touched a nerve and I said, "You do know she is my sister, right?" To which she promptly laughed. I told her my real name, and she thought I was just messing with her. My brothers back me up saying she is my sister and what my real name was. This goes on for 5 minutes until her boyfriend comes in. She turns and says, "What's his name?" To which he immediately says my real name and explaining my nickname. Until now it has just been for fun, and I was going to let it go and apologized for messing with her. Then the "is she serious" moment occurs when she then took another hour to continue sheet talking my sister to me and my brothers. My friend broke up with her that night, after which she continued doing this for the rest of the year. TLDR at the end. Back when I was working at a small programming company as my degree intern job with a friend, we both got kicked from it by the boss one day before we could send all the paperwork required to formalize this job as a degree option in college. The reasons as to why we got kicked can be pretty much summarized as it was a minor misunderstanding, but the boss blew it out of proportion and got mad Karen style. Next day my friend and I went to the campus to take one of the in-school projects, since we had no more time to search or come up with a decent idea to work for our degree, and as we were about to go into the paperwork for it, the person in charge of degrees and stuff asked us some questions about how we got kicked, which we found weird cause we didn't mention it yet, but still we told him what happened. Then the man pulls a letter, and in that letter the boss who just fired us last night stating how irresponsible, unprofessional and how we ridicule his company through our actions, and that the school should not let us go trough with our degree, and no company ever should hire us at all. The man in charge of the degrees told us that he held the letter so the principal didn't see it cause he smelled BS from that letter and wanted to know our side of the story before moving forward with anything. After hearing that, my friend and I look at each other with the most disappointed, "Is this beach for real?" face we've ever showed in our lives. Don't worry. After hearing our story, the degrees man told us to make a counter letter telling our side of the story, and the principal believed our side of the story, so we could continue our respective degree jobs and finish them without any outside issues. TLDR. Mad Karen boss got mad for a tiny misunderstanding and wanted to end our professional careers before they even started. Failing at it. My neighbor that lives across from me had 2 dogs that were both very mean. I couldn't tell you what breed, but both were slender, medium-sized dogs. They were like greyhounds but not. She rarely ever let them out of the house because of how aggressive they were, and took them on minimal walks to avoid conflict with other dogs and neighbors. But eventually she built a fence that went around her entire property, and it stayed that way for a couple years. Sometimes she would try to walk them not more than 100 to 200 feet up the road and back. We don't live in a gated community, very rural, and then would retire for the night. One day I went out to get the mail, just as she was taking them out for a walk. I was nervous, because what if they lunged at me or bit me? But I shrugged it off, and decided maybe they have calmed down, because they've gotten older. As I got the mail from my mailbox, the dogs started pulling on their leashes towards me. I got sweaty palms, but decided maybe they're being friendly, because it's a somewhat new face. She was somewhat trying to restrain them, somewhat going along with them, must have been thinking the same thing as me. As soon as one of the dogs was close enough, it lunged at me, and bit my stomach, and broke the skin, while also ripping away a small part of my t-shirt. This bite wasn't deep, but has left a scar. I was taken aback, and she yanked the dog away, but stayed nearby asking if I was alright or needed help, to which I nicely but irritatedly said no. She then asked me a question: should I let him off the leash so he can approach you at his own pace? TLDR, neighbor with aggressive dog starts walk as I get mail. Dog lunged at me and bit me. Neighbor apologizes and says, should I let him off the leash to approach you at his own pace? Now I've got a few that stand out. I used to work in as a TA for a kindergarten class, and during recess we had this little girl ran into a wall. She had a tendency of not looking ahead when running, and we told her many times to be careful. Ended up with a bruised eye. We called home, talked to her mom, followed all school protocols, and her mom came into school with actual yellow tape and placed it around the playground and demanded that we reenact how her kid bruised herself. We showed her the security camera recording of how it happened, and she said someone had altered the footage. Same class, one of the kids had a speech problem. Mom refused to say what it was, or actually take him to the doctors or anything. She just kept saying he was a slow learner. Anyway, we noticed the kid got really talkative during art projects, so we started encouraging lots of those, given that we didn't actually know what was wrong, therefore had no real plan on how to help his development. His shirt ended up getting dirty one time cause he didn't put his apron on, and next day mom comes in shouting into the playground, waving the stained shirt in her hand, demanding we wash it ourselves because she didn't fucking told us to use paints with a stupid 4-year-old that doesn't even know how to fucking paint. I just stood there completely in shock because I couldn't believe that woman was actually shouting obscenities at us in front of all the kids because of a stained shirt. Point: my first language isn't English, and I was on the waiting line to check my bag for an international flight. I may add the airline was a Latin American airline, and most people in line and in the airline counter were Latinus. The line starts moving ahead, and one of counter crew kept saying, move up the line, please siga la fila por favor, and the lady in front of me just stops on her tracks and refuses to move, and I said to her in Spanish to keep going. My bad for assuming she was Latina, and nothing. She stays put and ignores me. Then the counter guy was like, Sinora por favor siga / ma'am please keep going. Dash. I may add the guy spoke the phrases exactly like that in both English and Spanish, and the lady says she isn't moving because he's speaking to her in both English and Spanish, and I had the nerve to speak to her in Spanish, and this is America. I don't speak Mexican, and we should all be speaking English only. This happened at JFK in 2019. I don't live in the US, but frequently travel to major cities, and thought all these stories where people go through stuff like that happened in the South or small towns, not in big cities where there are lots of Latinx people and multiple other nationalities. I was working at cash register on a gas station. One day, this rich as MF comes in, tells me to apply the discount points from his customer card on the purchase. It was a few days before all customers had the points older than 4 years deleted from their accounts. I was in a huge rush. I had to serve 6 customers, put the baked pastry into the shelves, and I had to refill the fridge. Point: suddenly, the same guy appears, skips the entire line, goes behind the counter, and straight up tells me straight into my face that I faked up because I didn't apply a discount to his purchase. He had a sheet of points, and he wanted them gone from his account. I apologized, told him that we were in a huge rush, and I recommended that he buy something from the shelf with stuff that could be only bought for points on his card. He had enough points to buy one of each item in that shelf, and he'd still have many leftover points. The fuckface didn't want none of it. He simply came back just to tell me that I faked up and left. About a month later, we had this one guy come in. He seemed pretty okay. He looked around for a while, grabbed a bottle of water and a bottle of vodka, paid for it, and left. Few minutes later, he came back with some girl, both of them totally sheet-faced, and they kept asking everyone in the gas station about where they could find the power outlet to charge their phones. We just straight up refused to let them charge it, and sent them out, since they started harassing everyone in there. About a week later, I came for my morning shift. I came in. There were some people sitting at the desk. Nothing special on a Saturday morning. My coworker told me that they were sitting there for the last 10 hours. They came in when her shift began. They faking left 3 hours before my 8-hour shift ended. And the entire time they were sitting there, talking. Occasionally one of them came to buy a small bottle of alcohol or a couple of hot dogs. We made quite a lot of money on them, but it was still awkward as fuck refilling the fridge and having to go around them like they weren't there. I was in science class learning about how different animals adapt to their environment. There's this girl next to me who isn't the best at science or school really, but I only sit next to her in science, so I can't really speak on that, but it's otherwise kind point. Well, in this lesson the teacher is talking about survival of the fittest. This girl says I don't really believe in evolution because I can't see my granddad as a worm apostrophe. At first I thought she was joking because of the worm bit, but it soon become clear she was not. Now she often asks me for help on science, so I thought I'd help her out. So I reply atkily, it would be your great and so forth granddad that would be a worm. I just stuck with the warn to hopefully help her understand point. She didn't. I tried to explain it to her a few more times, but eventually gave up and went back to my work. Another teacher came to see how we were doing, and this girl asked the teacher about this. The teacher tries to explain it to her, but she won't get it. Point after a while this girl just says it just doesn't make sense. God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and a worm. I never took her for being religious before, but then again I don't really know her. The teacher just gave up at this point and said believe what you want, but evolution happened as she walked away. My previous supervisor had a specific way he ran sanitary piping and adjourned straight down the corridor. Well, corridor walls are load bearing and have footers under them, sometimes piers as well. Since nothing can be below the footing, this caused all footings and piers to be whatever depth the sanitary was, sometimes as low as 7-8 deep. This was super expensive. Well, I took it upon myself to talk to our construction administrators and told them how horrible an idea this was. By taking the sanitary out of the corridor we could raise those footings back up, saving all that money. His one objection was cleanouts being in the middle of rooms. Easy fix. I coordinated with the interior designers and made any wall with a cleanout large enough to hide the pipe. Best of both worlds. Fast forward to me presenting this idea to the other members of my team and I'm told it's a horrible idea. No real justification why, just that it's horrible. The next week the whole department meets and a colleague presents the idea as is, with our supervisor singing his praises for the ingenious idea. I was livid. That was my breaking point. I went home, cleaned up the resume, and started shopping it. 2 months later I moved on from that toxic place. Point to top it off, I checked my colleague's drawings for the project he had his ingenious idea on. He didn't coordinate any of the walls to house the larger pipes needed for cleanouts. All the 4-inch drains were in 2-inch walls. SMH. When your dad doesn't talk to you or family for a month after breaking up with his girlfriend, and you find out the first time you've seen him in over a month that he has a new girlfriend and they're going to Vegas, then you worry he's going to Vegas to get married out of nowhere, only knowing the lady for 4 weeks. But then when they come back and he tells you that she's moving in, and you realize that Vegas was their honeymoon and they got married. After 2 weeks and the first time you meet her she's moved in already, and the second time you ever meet this woman you're forced to go on a vacation with her. Her mom is boy of an adult son that lives with her, and her dad point, and then while you're there you have a sensitive medical issue, and tell her about it cause she's also a woman and she says to tell your father, so you do, and her man child of a son thinks you're shit talking him, and she screams at you in public for 20 minutes, and then storms back to the hotel. She proceeds to scream full force at you, and your father is just sitting there as she continues to scream at you about how she's hurting, and she had to move to marry him and you're inconsiderate, hateful, and mean. Yes, you did literally tell her 10 minutes before what you and your dad were talking about. Point not to mention this takes all evening, because she leaves the hotel and goes to get food, while your father lets you sit in the dark without food, and in pain as he begs her and you to make up, and you just give up, and she brings you back cold pizza and says that we need to be a family. Then you have to kiss her ass for the rest of the trip as him and her compare friendly amusement park workers to your attitude, because you're not a cute and bubbly girl like they are. I was 18 by the way, not being confrontational at all, and just wanting to go to the beach. Now I'm 24, and she hasn't changed at all, but I've gotten better at ignoring it all. My stepmother and father have a long list of beach are you serious? And are people I try to avoid a lot. Another one, so no shit there I was at the opening of Star Wars, Force Awakens. It's a fully packed theater, movie is about to start in like 2 minutes and the seat next to me is free. I'm thinking sweet, I don't have to share my armrest. And then I see her let me paint you a word picture. She's about 45 years of age. She's wearing pigtails, but her hair is about waist length. Each tail is draped across the front of her chest. She's wearing denim. Allow me to clarify, she's wearing nothing but denim. Jeans, denim shirt, denim vest, denim jacket, denim cowboy hat, denim boots, denim watch band. Huge plastic frame glasses like Madame Trelawney from Harry Potter. She sits down just as the opening scroll starts. She cheers with the rest of the audience and then proceeds to pretend to conduct the orchestra playing the opening music with her finger. Oh, that's not so bad, you may be thinking. No. Her finger baton comes full into my field of view, ending at about the end of my nose. I can smell the dollar store lotion she's wearing, but she only did this for like a few bars, right? No. The entire opening scroll, and she starts swaying about halfway through like someone is singing a soulful gospel point, and then throughout the whole movie she would laugh at the top of her lungs every single time anything funny happened, for way longer than the rest of the audience, like a full minute longer. The whole audience has given their chuckle and returned to watching the movie, and she's still there braying like a jackass. She's also laughing at the top of her lungs for an extended period of time when nothing funny happens, like she gets some inside joke. Ri puts BB-8's antenna back on, she's cracking up. Something Kanja Club, funniest thing that only she gets apparently. And then she feels the need to respond to everything on screen. Not just muttering, mind you, shouting at the screen. Kylo Ren says you don't know the power of the dark side. She's shouting you don't know the power of the light side. I've got a bad feeling about this apostrophe she's got to shout me too. I don't go to movie theaters anymore. A woman who lived in my house and left it absolutely trashed, which caused me delays into moving into and being able to sleep in it due to smoke-filled rooms. Finding all of the damage she left behind that me and my parents had to clean. Then she had the nerve to get sympathy from my elderly parents to get a partial deposit back. Point the other day I received a package from Amazon, which is normal because I purchased a few things last week and they're coming in one by one. The driver left the package and I proceed to open it and didn't understand why I didn't recognize the item. I look in the package for her the bill and it had none. So I check the package and it shows the previous tenant. Point I did some research and found how to return the package. Well, later on the same day, this woman shows up using her sweet, I'm so innocent voice and proceeds to give her name and that she previously lived there. The package was sitting right on the arm of the chair. I open the door and as she starts to apologize, I told her to get her address changed because it's almost been a year. My mom had a bleeding heart for her when she took the house on, and she basically ruined new appliances, ceiling fans, and left a nice pile of dog food on the landing of the porch to be disrespectful. She had some nerve showing up at my house and asking for her package, and I don't think she'll be doing that again. Next time I'm going to print out the pictures of the disgusting mess and hopefully she will be embarrassed and ashamed. I'm the financial controller, branch manager, and license holding appointed staff adjuster for an environmental contracting company. Think suicide cleanup, sewage backup mitigation, mold, and fire damage, ECT. I once nearly sued a man over a $37,000 invoice because he insisted that after we had finished work he saw mold spores all over the floor. Mind you, mold spores are invisible to the naked eye since they are between 3 and 20 microns in size, and the particular strain affecting his condo was Aspergillus, which is 3 microns in size. His evidence, however, was irrefutable. He had walked around his house in white socks and they were no longer fresh from the dryer white when he had finished walking his 3,200 square foot condo of all laminate wood flooring point. When I informed him that he had received an NTO on commencement, and if he was refusing to pay we would place a mechanic's lien on his property and pursue litigation, he threatened to sue us for being retarded, and then proceeded to call me several colorful names before hanging up. A few weeks later I got a call from their lawyer, who had been told that we intentionally cross-contaminated their home and left it filthy and covered in mold. After a brief conversation with the lawyer, 1,400 photographs and a ream of paper in documentation later, as well as an increase in their invoice for wasting my time, they paid. To this day we still have a Yelp review for bribing their attorney faking people man.p.s. Notice I said 3,000 square foot condo. This couple was beyond loaded, and I'm not 100% sure if they were trying to pull or the food was bad, but I ate it anyways with us, or if he was just that absurd without ulterior motive. A coworker. If either of us went on a biz trip, we would get something touristy at the airport gift shop as a joke. I went to San Fran and got a magnet for her. She was pregnant. She calls me at home on my WFH day and starts screaming at me, "That magnet. Yay, well it has a warning about lead. You're trying to harm my baby. How dare you? Are you that stupid? I'm throwing this garbage out." The lead warning was the usual over-the-top CL or sticker on a zillion products. She also lost her digital camera once at our son's day party. She was calling me every 10 minutes. We tore the house and garbage up. We called everyone who attended and had to wait for 2 people to return our call. It went from maybe it's in a box that got thrown out to accusing my attendees of theft. Her dad's a cop. She's filing charges. She wants addresses because they are going to people's houses. I offered to pay her insurance deductible to be kind, even though I didn't faking take it. I had my own. She calls back reaming me that I insulted her. She's filing a police report and suing me for the value of the camera. $3,000. I talked with my insurance agent who said, "You're kidding. Tell that dumb bitch you owe nothing, not even a deductible, and unless it's separately insured, homie, our winner's insurance isn't covering it." I told her that, and while she was teaming and being an asshole, I tell her, "So, if you parked on my driveway and didn't lock your door, and someone stole your car, I owe you a new car." She goes, "Yes, because the incident was on your property." Husband's cousin called, and it seemed their 7-year-old thought it was her mom's, so she put it in her purse. To be honest, now that we really know this mom/cousin, she probably did steal it. But the point still stands. Coworker is a hysterical bitch and paranoid, and I'm glad the friendship ended, and I don't work there anymore. She told our boss the camera incident, and I was blackballed at work. TLDR, nasty customer accuses all sorts of fake complaints and is refuted at every turn. After being shown proof otherwise on first lie, continues on a diff tack, which is why, after she left my team and I looked at each other saying, "Is this bitch serious?" So, yesterday, a sis was told that due to the ongoing restrictions at a smaller location pool supply and equipment service store, that we have to wait 72 hours, then sanitize their equipment, before diagnosing and ordering any needed parts to fix it, that it could be 2 weeks or more, depending on availability of the parts. They brought just the top part of the Perflex filter, covered in powder where no D should be. Diatomaceous earth is a known carcinogenic by the way, and a lot of rust. The metal shaft that attaches the bump handle was actually corroded to the point of having craters in the surface. This tells me it was left out for more than a single season, which is important to the insanity. First she lies and says someone called her early last week and said the parts arrived and it would be done a week ago. I finally got in touch with them beginning of last week to verify that the amount of parts needed would cost thus, as policy before ordering them. My ASM showed her the shipping manifest that shows said parts were shipped out from Tennessee to New York on the Friday before Memorial Day weekend. Then sputtering she refutes the claim that if the plate was upside down and it caused the rust, that it had to be my store last year that put the plate on wrong. Because they've been using us for years and the manager last year was never like this to them. I brought out my folder of completed shop ticks from the last year and this one, and said, ma'am, I'm the manager from last year and I have never met you before this job. I do not have you in my computer system or any shop tickets besides this piece. You have never come to any of our locations, not even for a water test, which are completely free. If you take this piece home, and the body of the filter is not looked over for a check valve, and that all union fittings are watertight, before hooking everything up, don't bring it here. The top assembly is now 100% sound. However, I'm not responsible for the part of the filter you refuse to bring, so if it isn't right, that isn't because of any lack on the part of this store. Now I'm just waiting for the call from corporate on her complaint. Another customer, a nice one, said Corp can call her and she'll give the real story if that happens. I was in a movie theater going to see the Lego Batman movie. For some background info, I was like 12. During this time my grandfather was currently in the hospital after what I believe was a second stroke. His new wife caused the first and put him on a very bad medical path. So my dad, who had taken me, was pretty anxious about it and was basically awaiting any text from his sister, who takes care of him, to either give a confirmation that he won't be alright or that he's gonna be able to leave the hospital soon. And now let's set the scene. The lights had just dimmed for the trailers before the movie. My dad suddenly gets a text. He pulls his phone out and notices his brightness is up, so he almost instantly turns it all the way down. Keep in mind this is a text and is on the lowest possible brightness. I didn't even notice his phone and I was sitting next to him. And it actually was his sister telling him that my grandpa could leave the hospital, so it was important. But this woman behind us, maybe a good 2 minutes after he first pulled his phone out, leans towards our seats and goes, sir, if you don't put that phone away then we are gonna have a problem. Another thing to keep in mind is that the movie hasn't even started. It's just trailers. She was basically being more of a disturbance than he was. My dad keeps his cool and simply said, ma'am, my father was just admitted into the hospital and my sister was texting me that he was permitted to leave. I'm simply replying, then putting it away. I at this point turned back and she replied, regardless of circumstance you're supposed to not pull your phone out. It causes a disturbance. I was just kinda stunned by how unsympathetic she was for the circumstance and how she was whining about it when the movie hadn't started. Then I simply said, you're causing more a disturbance than anyone. I heard a scoff, but she got quiet and my dad put his phone away. I didn't notice this, but apparently she got up and went and complained to an employee or manager. I saw her with one of them at the stairs pointing up at us, but my guess was that he just didn't put up with her crap. Was working at a school run sale at a bottled drinks booth. This lady came up to me with her friend and about 6 kids who all wanted juice. She impatiently drummed her fingers on the counter and loudly sighed as I got all 5 bottles out for her. When I told her the total price, she rolled her eyes, said that it was too expensive, and demanded me to tell her if I was kidding why it cost so much, if I was trying to steal her money. I told her, completely straight-faced, ma'am, this is a school fundraiser. She didn't like that at all. She told me I was extremely rude. I put on my best sheet-eating smile and told her very sweetly to have a nice day. She turned around and stomped off, her friend and the kids in tow. Same event, same booth. There was this guy who came up and asked for 2 Sprites and a Coke. That was alright. The problem started when he asked me to sell him ice. I said we didn't sell ice, and he made a scene. He yelled, well, what's that in the cooler over there? I told him it was non-potable water because all of the workers had stuck their hands in it already. Apparently he didn't know what non-potable meant, so he said, why are the bottles in sheet water then? I tried to explain to him why he couldn't buy the ice in the cooler, but he cut me off and demanded that I open a new 50-pound bag of ice just for him. At this point, he had his voice raised to full volume. Keep in mind I'm a 16-year-old girl with a high voice and was the smallest person in the booth. He had both of his hands on the counter and was leaning over to the other side to shout at me. I looked back to the adults working in the booth, who were all trying not to laugh. At that point I didn't want to deal with this guy any longer, so I told him as politely as I could that I would not sell him ice. He then threw his hands in the air, muttered "fuck it," and left, leaving all of his drinks on the counter for me to put away. I was required to work 15 hours over the course of 2 days for this event. It wasn't great. Wanted to get my little sister a longboard for her birthday, since she had cracked hers. My sister and I picked out a longboard, and I made sure everyone knew that was what I was getting her, and that no one else had the same plan, since I didn't want to copy anyone. Example, she first asked me for a pair of Jordans, but I knew our older sister was already planning on getting her new Jordans, so I suggested a longboard, since no one was planning on getting her one. Well, my dad's roommate, ex-girlfriend, I was planning on getting the longboard and decided to take me downstairs to tell me how last year she bought my sister an expensive jacket that she doesn't wear anymore, so she's a spoiled brat and should earn everything she gets, which she most definitely hadn't earned a longboard in her opinion. It's her birthday. Not to mention she was 11, she definitely outgrew the jacket and that's why she no longer wears it. Anyway, I tell her I'm still getting her the longboard and she doesn't need to earn her birthday present from me. Something came up, and I explained her longboard will need to be ordered a little later, because I needed to take my dog to the vet, but I would still make sure I got her the longboard. My dad's roommate sends me a screenshot of a longboard, and explains she went out of her way to get her one from Amazon that she wants us to split the payment with. She didn't ask me if I wanted to do this before ordering, and it definitely was not the right longboard. I quickly declined and said I promised my sister a certain longboard and she would be upset if she was promised a specific one from Zoomies and ended up with a cheap longboard from Amazon. Turned into a huge argument on how, if someone else is involved in her plan, she needs to ask the second party. She to this day doesn't agree. I explained to my now 12-year-old sister what happened, and she was clearly upset. I don't understand why the roommate told me not to spend that kind of money on my sister, but then went against my back to get her what she told me not to. About 2 weeks later, my sister is still talking about how much she likes the longboard we picked out. So I talked to roommate and let her know I'll probably still be getting her the original one she wanted, so she can have one at her mom's house and one at our dad's. Roommate didn't mind, but the next day she called my dad while he was at work. He works with my husband, so my husband heard the conversation. She had asked my dad what longboard I had planned on getting her, because she now wants to buy it. She claimed she's been thinking about it for a while, and decided she deserves to. What the fuck? TLDR, crazy lady called the cops on me and my younger brother's friends for playing ice hockey. I coached my younger brother's hockey team. The school down the street has an ice rink. There is a big sign that states what days are for skating and what days are for playing hockey. My brother is 5 years younger than me and I was 17. I asked him to call up his buddies from the team and we would all go play ice hockey at the school. When we got there was a lady with her 2 daughters skating. We told her about the big sign right beside her, but said we would be happy to split the ice 50/50 so that we don't have any collisions. I even said, if the puck crosses the center line we will pause the game, and one person will retrieve it before we resume. She reluctantly agreed. So me and about 9, 12-year-olds we are playing and everything was going well, until I heard her yelling and swearing at a 12-year-old for skating too close to her daughter. Oh, the daughters were my age, like 15 and 17, certainly older than the kids I was playing hockey with, so I skated over and said, hey. If there is an issue please speak with me, and I'm sure we can talk something out. There is no reason to be talking to a child like that. I was trying to be a good role model. Keep in mind it was a hockey designated day, so we had the right to the ice over her. She proceeded to scream at me and called the cops. I then had to huddle up my kids and tell them the police were coming, but we did nothing wrong and nobody is in trouble, and I will speak to the officer when they arrive, and to just keep playing and try not to worry about it. Cops arrive and she storms over to talk to them. My bro and his friends were pretty worried. Then I go over when they're done and the cop is like, this is fucking ridiculous and a waste of my time. I told her to share or leave. How's school? We chatted for a bit and he left. The lady then calls her husband to come beat me up, and I almost called the cops, but the husband ended up being super chill and apologized. I think he was used to dealing with his hurricane Karen of a wife. My last day of work at Party City before heading off to college. Several years ago we have a huge order for balloons, literally 100, and it needs to be ready for pickup more or less the moment we open up. So me and my manager are blazing through this 100 balloon order, and we're about halfway through when the customer comes in, a typical Karen, and looks the part. Point first, she's pissy about the order not being done, but after a solid 5 minutes of smooth talking, my manager convinces her that we've been working on this since we got in this morning, and if we had done this last night, all her balloons would be half deflated. Then she slaps a fun-size Snickers on the counter and a $100 bill. I try to explain to her that, ma'am, we don't have change for 100 in the morning. She says that's ridiculous. She paid with 100 last night, and she got change. I explain that all our big bills get locked up every night, and the change is just bills we accrue over the day. We are not going to leave big bills in the till overnight. Probably not supposed to talk about our money handling to customers, but that's hindsight. Her response? No one would steal from this place. You want to know what I think? They aren't hiding it from thieves. They are hiding it from people like you. Now, full disclosure, I'm mixed race, mostly white. But it was summer, I was very tan, and all of my high school classmates were convinced I was Cuban. I can't say that little jab was race related, but I'm pretty sure it was. It certainly wouldn't be the first time I've had racist shit thrown my way that isn't even remotely related to my actual background. She threw a couple more insults my way while my manager went back to get some larger bills, mostly just ludicrously petty shit like making a big show of calling me by the wrong name. My manager and I had an awkward laugh about it. After she left. TLDR, a Karen accuses me of being a thief, likely on account of being ambiguously brown. I used to have a friend a while back, and we were the whole sisters for life stuff. Let's call her Jenny. Well, one day I spent the night at Jenny's house and accidentally left one of my hoodies of my favorite band at the time. So I texted her, and she said she would bring it to me at school one day. So the next Friday, I go to a school where we wear uniforms, and every Friday we get to wear what we want, as long as it's appropriate, and we pay $2. She shows up, and I see her wearing the hood in the morning, and I figure she will give it to me during lunch. A fact I should add is she was friends with someone I particularly didn't like. Ended up getting her in trouble for an incident that got both and many others expelled. We'll call her Kate. And so come lunchtime my other friend, we'll call Bailey, came to me while I was exiting class about to go sit down to eat. She said to me something along the lines of, Kate is wearing your hoodie. Apparently Jenny let her wear it in their second period and she hasn't taken it off since. So I walk around campus until I see Kate, of course with Jenny. I walk up to her to confront her and dialogue is as the following. Me, Jenny, why is Kate wearing my hoodie? Jenny, I let her borrow it in second period and she doesn't want to take it off. Now is a great time to mention, a while back I had accidentally taken out the drawstrings for the hood of the jacket and lost them, so specifically mine had no drawstrings. Me, Kate, can I have my hoodie back? Kate, it's mine, I've had this for a while. I turn to Jenny in confusion. Me, what, that's my hoodie? Jenny, Kate is right, it is her hoodie. I've seen her with it multiple times. Yours is still at my house. Obviously I was in utter shock. Of course this was my is this beach serious moment, because seconds before she had said herself it was my hoodie. Me, but my hoodie has no drawstrings just like this one. Jenny, op, I walked away before I could hear anything because by that point I had gotten hangry and just wanted food. Point later, Jenny walked up to me with my hoodie and gave it back, but I was obviously pissed. So probably a month later dropped her as a friend. Good choice, but it led to her expulsion because she had become so close to Kate. So this one needs a bit of backstory. Back when I was in 5th-6th grade there was this girl, and I liked her quite a lot. I gave up once I was rejected though I'd reckon it was 5th grade. We go into 6th grade, and whenever I try to talk to her she's an absolute beach, literally not even saying a word back to me in a face-to-face conversation. So forget her, not friends I'd like. At the end of 6th grade I learn that she had no friends that year and I stopped coming to her table just before she had no more friends, which I thought she had plenty. We start talking that summer, like a lot. We had dinners with our moms SMH, but it was the only way we were allowed to. Then school starts. A few weeks later at a restaurant there is an ice cream place next to it, so I say there is a really good ice cream place next to us, want to go? OFC we both go, except no parents. She asks any girls you like. Now I'm kinda smooth with this stuff, and now my way around it and say yeah. One girl, she's blonde, and sometimes wears glasses. Describing her. She says what's her name? I'm about to say you literally just doing the flirty smile and sheet when my mom walks in and asks about FKN Lululemon leggings. Like what the fuck off. After that the entire ice cream meal I said like 2 words, because what does a guy say whenever your mom and your crush is talking about leggings, Lululemon, and sports bras? I'll tell you what. Nothing. You literally can't. We didn't have a dinner again, and we stopped talking shortly after she left the lunch table, after doing the beachy not responding to a face-to-face convo. Got hella awkward at a Halloween party I had to go to. Haven't talked to her since. Point goodness, I've typed this probably hundreds of times and get madder each time. In my last job, we cleaned houses. Teams of 2, typically meeting at the office in the morning to load up the supplies, usually taking one car for the day. Lately someone I worked with started taking their own car, which is mostly fine, but can be a pain. A few mornings, my teammate messages me to ask where to meet, but does it on the company messaging app. After the first time, I explained I won't receive the messages in the morning because I'm driving through poor cell service areas and I don't leave my data on. This person does it again shortly after. I remind them. Then a third time, only this time they put their messages on a company channel so everyone can see the message and see me not replying. I reply with a gentle reminder when I reach the office, adding they should message me at night when I'll be sure to get the message, or just text me. They try to say that as the team lead I should be reaching out to discuss the next morning. They claim to have bad service where they live. The town cell tower was literally turned on recently. I told them that even so, with the phone on Wi-Fi texts can be sent. That's the only way I had service when I lived with my mom in a poor service area. That's not how phones work, was the reply. All I can think of is that's literally how they work. I just explained it to you. A manager messaged me separately asking me to stay professional and finish the day, and that they told that person to stand down. Around now is when I realize they're trying to get me in trouble by using a company channel, trying to call me out as team lead and make it look like I'm not doing my job, making it look like I just don't reply to them. I'm lucky anyone that saw those messages, which were mysteriously deleted, knew I was the better employee. I had already been looking for a new job, but if I hadn't been and anyone in management questioned me like I was in the wrong, I would have been throwing my resume at new jobs. I used to work at a cafe when I was about 18. This woman and her husband come in. The woman is heavily pregnant. The husband comes up to the counter to order their full English breakfasts. He's very specific with the woman's order, changes almost everything about it. I read it back to him to make sure I got it right, and the guy literally snatches the order pad out of my hand to check it over himself. He's satisfied. The order gets sent to the kitchen. So a little while later the couple get their food and the woman starts kicking off. I ordered scrambled egg, not fried egg. I go over and ask if everything is okay. The woman starts shouting at me for getting her order wrong. First of all, she didn't order, her husband did. Second, the guy literally snatched the pad from my hand to check over every detail of the order. I don't care really, I just want her to shut up, so I ask the chef to make some scrambled egg instead, and she tells me that since the customer ordered fried eggs then she would have to pay an extra 40p for the replacement eggs. I just know that telling this damn Karen about the 40p is going to suck. Of course, she kicks off again, spouting some crap about me getting her order wrong. I look at the husband. Is he going to say anything? Nope. He's looking at me like a deer in headlights, probably fearing the wrath of his wife if she found out that it was actually him who got her order wrong. The Karen tells me, "This is all your fault. Why should I have to pay the extra 40p? I've had enough." And I turn to the husband and tell him, "You literally took the order pad out of my hand to check it over yourself." At this point Karen is shouting, screaming at me that I was trying to kill her unborn baby by serving her the wrong eggs on purpose. The couple storm out of the cafe without eating anything, and Karen tells me that she's never coming back. Obviously, 18-year-old me didn't give a flying fuck. Her husband was still giving me that deer in headlights look as he exited the building. More like, are these beaches serious? Went to a state university for my undergrad. That was a notorious party school. I was living by myself in a small one-person apartment in a large off-campus housing complex. I'm all for partying and having a good time, just a note here. And I never had an issue with these neighbors before this. It's a Wednesday night at 3 AM. And the walls in the apartment complex are notoriously thin. My bedroom was positioned right next to the kitchen wall of the next apartment. The girls that inhabited this apartment came back completely trashed, screaming and yelling. They start blasting music. I must have laid there for 20 minutes hoping it would end soon, and it didn't. Finally I had enough and started pounding on the wall. It must have scared the shit out of them because they screamed. I asked them to turn it down, people were trying to sleep. The result was an apartment full of white girls screaming, "Fuck you stupid NIR. Fuck you NJ. Faking NIR." And pounding on my walls. I'm white. Recorded the whole thing on my phone. Rather than call the cops, I checked the lease agreement for the apartment complex and went down to the office building and played the recording for the property manager. They ended up all being fined and put on notice that any further activity would result in eviction. Never heard another peep from them the rest of the semester. I worked at a restaurant for 3 years as a hostess, and since it's locally owned, and I became good friends with the owner, since she's around my age. Job description is more like being the assistant manager. Anyways, on a to-go orders via phone, I always repeat the order, say the total, and I'm always meticulously cautious because I know how some customers can be. There's been too many calls where customers say they just ordered something and they left out. I'm they. Like, I prepared your entire order. I know exactly what they done did. This one customer ordered some food over the phone, and after paying and receiving it, she leaves, then comes back to tell me it's not what she ordered. I started to play dumb/nice. Anybody working in customer service, you'll know exactly what I mean, and repeat her order, the same one I repeated over the phone and the same one she confirmed. But now, it was incorrect. I can understand she may have gotten the name of the food mixed up. That's okay, we can get it fixed. No. She began to rant about how she wouldn't have ordered this, and it doesn't make sense for her to do that, and I must have not been listening, so it's my fault. Anything I said to remedy it was just adding more fuel to the fire she was spewing. Even complained that whatever I rang up made her bill so expensive, but ironically, what she wanted would cost even more. Ugh. I was not even arguing, but my boss is kinda cheap, so I had to make her pay that price difference. To top it off, she smelled like alcohol. She stormed off and made her husband retrieve it for her. Poor guy seemed like a simp. Point: a few weeks ago I went to this liquor store, and while looking around, I saw this lady come in and buy some big bottles of vodka. Makes sense, beach. I used to work at a pizza shop. Apparently some people at a party, mind you, they sounded extremely intoxicated, absolutely insisted they got 9 wings instead of the 10 they ordered. Weird because, well, we never got any calls like that. I mean, how do you miss a single wing, especially being in the business for how long? Double checking things becomes so routine. I was only the cashier slash phone girl. So I'm sitting on the phone like what does this dude want me to do about it, and he's like, well, can you bring me another one? And I said, I mean, we can have someone deliver you the wing you're missing. And he actually scoffs over the phone, yelling over his shoulder to everyone else nearby like the faking douche he probably is, like, oh yeah, they're only gonna send me a wing. Like, that is what you're missing, right? Like, seriously, let's just sit down real quick and think this through. If you order a meal and someone messed up a side dish or didn't give you one, do they remake the entire meal for you? No, jackass. They give you what you're missing. And you just so happen to be missing one chicken wing. Yes, one. Why would we replace the entire 10 that you've most likely already eaten and had no issue with? Do you want a refund for it? What, a faking dollar or a couple cents? What are you scoffing at? Of course I'm going to ask if you want the single wing delivered, since you're being such a dickhead. You don't get food for free just because one part is missing. That's like saying one part of your Amazon order didn't come in, so you deserve the entire order for free. It took everything in me to stay in my customer service voice and handle the situation nicely. Sorry it's so long. I'm dramatic when I story tell. TLDR. Someone extremely drunk claimed we snubbed them one chicken wing in their order of 10 and scoffed at me asking if they wanted the single wing delivered, as if we would give away another 10 just because one was supposedly missing. We don't give out free food. When something's missing, we just deliver what's missing. I'm in a group text with a few people from work. They're my gaming friends. We have another group text with the rest of our coworkers. We have this one coworker, let's call her G. She isn't the most social in the group, so she would rarely respond to our main group, but respond often to our gaming one. In the main text, someone asked if anyone wanted to go out for drinks at the end of the week. G didn't respond at all to the main group text, but instead she went on a rant in our gaming text. She was pissed off that she wasn't directly invited and that it's not fair how she's never acknowledged. I told her that the text was asking if anyone would like to go, and if she wants to go, just respond to the text. This pissed G off even more. The conversation then shifted to how I'm the one who gets invited to everything and how the rest of our friends love being around me. She goes off saying that I've lived an easy life and I don't know the struggles of not having friends. My friends know about my past. I didn't have that many friends, and I was bullied quite often. The friends that I had in my past would never include me into anything. I was pretty much a ghost. It wasn't until I started my job that I met my current friends, and I'm grateful to have them until this day. At that point, I told her to fuck off, and if she wanted people to like her or ask her to hang out with her, then respond to the faking group text. If she wasn't gonna do that, then she shouldn't be beaching, and she shouldn't be trying to compare whose life was worse. Mine had to do with more than one person. TLDR at bottom point, I got an interview at Target last year for the food department. Just minutes before I pull into the lot it starts pouring. In the 10 seconds it takes me to run inside I get soaked. I go to guest services and they pass along the message that I'm there and tell me where to wait. 15 to 20 minutes pass and I'm still waiting. I go back up and they're surprised I'm still waiting. They pass along the message again. 10 to 15 more minutes pass before someone comes to get me. Apparently the person who was supposed to interview me wasn't there, so I was meeting someone else. Honestly, I would've left already if it weren't for the fact that I really needed a job. I interview and he likes me. He asks if I mind doing a second interview on the spot. I say sure. She likes me too. They ask if I mind meeting the department head the next day. I say sure. I meet her, we get along, and she takes me to the back to figure out when we can start onboarding. I'm told to expect an email about a background check soon. I'm told by the first interviewer that he'll reach out with a final decision the next day, despite the department head saying she wanted to hire me. The next evening I haven't heard back, so I call them. I'm told the guy wasn't even working that day. I'm told to call tomorrow, and it was the same story. I can't reach anyone who met me. Monday rolls around, and the guy tells me, after I called him, that he had been busy and hadn't talked to the dept head yet. He says tomorrow. I call him Tuesday because surprise surprise, he hadn't reached out. He said he was meeting with her soon, and he'd let me know by noon. He never called. Sometime around 1 AM I check my email, and he had emailed me a very poorly written, very generic rejection letter 6 hours after he said he'd let me know. Later that day I called the dept head to ask her if there was anything I could do to be a better interviewee. I had some great experience for the job, glowing reviews, customer service experience, etc. So I wanted to know what happened. She simply told me she met someone I liked better. TLDR, these target people forgot about my interview and kept me waiting 30 minutes, put me through essentially 3 interviews, all 3 liked me. The dept head verbally offered me the job and I accepted. Then they tried to ghost me and couldn't provide a single ounce of constructive criticism. Had no valid reason to take back their verbal "we are gonna hire you," other than liking someone a little more. This one kid, no older than 9, that hangs around my complex / the community center stealing bikes and shit once tried to pick a fight between me and my brother. His 17-year-old sister was there, and I was like 15. He was just being completely disrespectful and basically an asshole, swearing and insulting me. My brother and a friend during a basketball game outside our house. Now don't get me wrong, I was not really a fan of really fighting someone out of anger, especially some deranged 9-year-old. His sister basically just stood there defending him while he threw obscenities at us, while we basically just took it, because what were we gonna do? The problem really started to escalate though, when the kid picked up a huge stick, about as tall as himself, and was acting quite tough and threatening us. We quickly just ripped the stick out of his hands with some ease. He couldn't really do much about that, and his sister went batshit. The arguing went on until, I shit you not, this kid picks up scissors off the ground, don't ask why they were there, and says "shit like what you gonna do now, huh? I'll cut you I swear," and crap. My younger brother panicked. He was about 13 at the time, and threw the basketball he had in his hands at the kid's head, which pissed off the sister even more. We just stood there like, damn, you gonna gloss over the fact he pulled out scissors on us, although I doubt he would actually do anything, and just went about our business afterward. Totally ruined my day though. It's a little hard to explain without a picture, but there's this fast food restaurant near me that has a weird parking lot / drive-through where it would be completely possible for a line at the drive-through to block the hypothetical flow of traffic. I order my food and pull up far enough to allow the person behind me to order their food, but there were a few people in front of me and I would have been blocking the drive if I had pulled up to the next bumper. There's no one else behind the person behind me. Anyway, the beach behind me starts honking. I look at her incredulously and gesture at the drive in front of us. To be fair, there's no traffic, but there's also no impetus to move, since no one else is lining up. She continues to honk annoyingly, and then she drove around me and budged in front of me with her car into the line, blocking the drive, mind you. I really wish someone had come along to try to get through, so she would realize what an imbecile she was, but alas. It was such a dangerous maneuver and idiotic. I'm not sure I've ever been more angry in my life. I suddenly understood the people on Jerry Springer and restrained myself from getting out to yell at her or find her chair to throw at her stupid head. I'm like a tiny woman, so it probably wouldn't have had much effect. I did honk a lot though. Oh god, I have so many from working in customer service. The top is this beach serious jobs being working at Hooters, a vet clinic in uptown Dallas, and a diagnostic imaging office. We did CAT scans, MRIs, ECT. One of my favorites though was when I lived right by uptown Dallas, like a street away from what was considered uptown. There's a lot of wealthier people in uptown / Oak Lawn, and also a lot of what we call $10,000 millionaires. Those are typically douche guys who aren't rich, but like to think / act like they are. The streets driving around uptown and into Oak Lawn are very skinny, like you're constantly afraid your car will somehow go outside the line and you'll hit the person next to you. Skinny. I was driving on one of the skinniest parts one day when I hear this guy in an Audi next to me yelling. I figure there's no way he can be yelling at me, so I'm just sitting waiting for the light to change, and he keeps yelling, so finally I look over, and he is yelling at me, accusing me of hitting his car, and I need to stop and get out and talk to him. I'm dumbfounded because he's yelling like a crazy person and I didn't hit anything. Before I can say anything, this truck on the other side, but slightly in front of me, I was in the middle lane, with these two very redneck looking older guys starts yelling back about how I didn't hit anything, and they've got my back, and I'm just like what the fuck is happening, so I get out. Now, since we're all out of our cars, and there's only 3 lanes, we're blocking all the lanes by this very busy intersection and cars are backing up. The guy and the rednecks yell at each other for a few, and one of the redneck men asks if I want them to stay so they can watch this as whole and tell the cops they saw everything and I didn't do anything wrong blah blah. I say no, it's good, and they left me their number and left. The guy is still insistent I hit his car and finally relents and lets me move my car to a side street, so we stop blocking traffic point. Then the fun starts. So this was a younger guy dressed in business attire and looked like one of the $10,000 millionaires I previously mentioned. I ask him how he thinks I hit his car because I didn't feel a touch, and he finally gets it out that he just assumed because the roads are so close. I'm like, is there any damage on your car? We look and there's not, because I didn't hit him. So I start laying into him about how I could possibly hit him, and he doesn't even have any damage, and what an idiot, and I better check my car, knowing damn well nothing happened, because for all I know, he hit me. Because it's evident this guy is an idiot at this point, so I look at my car, knowing I have a dent in my car, and point to the dent, which coincidentally matched up with the same spot he thought I hit on his car, and go, holy shit, this dent wasn't here before. You hit me, he didn't, and start going off about how he gave me all this shit when he was the one who hit me, and I'm calling the cops, and I'm going to tell them how he harassed me and followed me and how rude he was, and I'm giving him all this shit and acting the way he did, and he's backtracking begging me not to call the cops and he's so sorry for being rude blah blah blah. Finally I tell him I was faking with him, that dent has been there, and that's what he gets for being a dick. Point, I wish I had a great ending, but he just got wide-eyed, looked like his head was going to explode, called me a bitch and left, screeching tires and all. Point, that was one of a handful of times in my life I wasn't so stunned thinking, is this bitch serious, and was able to fuck with someone back, so I was kinda proud of myself. Usually when that shit happens I'm so stunned as to how someone can be so stupid I can't think of anything to say, because I just can't believe it. A couple years ago back in school I was absent for a test, because I had a bad case of the flu. Point, I came back in almost a week later, and I requested my teacher that she allow me to retake my test. She said she couldn't let me take it that day itself, because she has to print out more copies. Understandable. So I go in during lunchtime to write a shorter version of the exam, since there wasn't really a time I could fit in. It wasn't bad, it was quite easy. See, the thing is I was writing this test in front of her, and she wasn't just doing something else, she was actually staring at me while munching on a sandwich. I don't know about you, but me being as hungry as I was, I couldn't help think about food. Regardless, I managed to finish up pretty quickly and left, even managing to consume a bag of cheese itz. If I remember correctly, before the bell rang. Point, say about a week later my score comes in, and it says a 0. I was beyond confused. Had I done something wrong? Maybe I thought it was easy, because I misunderstood the topics. You won't guess what. She called me into her office, and she proceeded to explain that I got a 0 for cheating. Like, beach, what the fuck? It was a brand new copy of the test that you made, and you literally watched me take. And you accuse me of cheating? I explained to her that I didn't cheat, and she refused to let up. I confronted the principal and my parents about this. Somehow I managed to get on the principal's side, as the principal couldn't grasp how I could cheat while being in front of the teacher. In fact, I believe he said, if I did I damn well deserved to get away with it, because that's hard to do. He called my teacher in, and we all had a talk sharing our side of the story, and I explained to her in full detail my actions during the test, and how there was literally no way I could cheat. She finally let up, but for the rest of the year I couldn't relax around her, because one slip up, and she would likely get me trouble again even though I'm innocent. Just happened tonight. Point, a guy walked into the hotel and had a reservation. He said he was coming in through corporate lodging, CLC. CLC is a way a company can direct bill, covering the room cost, and get a unique rate with hotels that are CLC affiliates. I asked him for his ID and CLC card. He says he doesn't have a CLC card. I ask if he had a Comdata card. He said he didn't know what that was. So I asked how he was going to check in through CLC. He said it was through Crewfax, meaning they don't need a CLC or Comdata card to check in. So I log on to the CLC check-in site to look up the Crewfax. It was there, so I continue with check-in. After I fill in the information fields, I tell him I'll need a valid card to on file to cover incidentals. I requested this because CLC will not cover incidental charges unless the guest's profile explicitly states that CLC will cover incidental charges. This is where the man snapped on the spot. As soon as I asked for a card to put on file, he started arguing. He went on how he has stayed in many hotels all over the place and have never been asked to provide a card for incidentals. I inform him it's just policy at this location for anyone booking through a third party and not using a personal card to check in to provide one for incidentals only. After he threatened to call someone, I told him unfortunately previous guests have ruined it for everyone else by smoking in the room, vandalizing the room, or both. He exclaimed he doesn't smoke. Yeah, I've heard that one before. So I told him he shouldn't have anything to worry about and he could provide the card without fear. He goes on to say he is feeling sick. He says I need to just give him his room before he vomits all over the front desk. I tell him if he feels ill to go to the lobby bathroom behind him. He grumbles more and lays his phone down and throws open his wallet. He fishes out a card and throws it over the desk on my side. I bend down and pick off the floor. As I do, he says there better not be any charges on the card. I tell him there would only be charges on the card if any incidentals occurred. I shook my head as I stand back up. He snaps at me telling me to not shake my head. I look back at him, gently place the card on the counter, and slid it toward him. I then tell him he could not be staying here tonight and to please leave. After a few half-baked attempts to argue and make his point, he asked if he really couldn't stay. I confirmed he was not welcome at the hotel and he stormed out. Oh, I actually have a good one for this. The bar I work at is small and the kitchen is only big enough for one person to work in it at a time. I'm the head of the kitchen, and at the time there was another girl, L, working with me. She was set to leave in 2 months. I was set to leave for my vacation in 2.5 months. 2 months before L leaves, I tell my general manager, L is leaving in 2 months. I'm leaving in 2.5. Let's get some people in so I can start doing interviews. He says it's all good, he'll handle it. Fine by me. 1 month out from when L leaves, I remind him. He tells me he will handle it 2 weeks away. I remind him again and tell him I am happy to help if need be. He asks me if I'm a member of any student pages on FB, to which I say yes. He doesn't reply to my message, so I assume he doesn't need me. 1 week out, still nothing. L leaves, and I start my first shift of 14 straight shifts because he didn't find anyone to replace me. The day before I leave, he comes into the bar and says, "So who have you found to replace you tomorrow?" I tell him no one, that's his job. He says that I have to get the bar staff to learn how to do my job by the time I leave. As in, I have 6 hours to teach a bartender how to be a chef in 6 hours. I tried my best, but the kitchen went to shit while I was gone. Grade 8 math class. An own class clown says "fuck this" under his breath and the teacher glares at him behind a terrifyingly fake smile. Eyes of absolute madness. She continues back to the lecture, and so I see that and think I'm big dick and go, "Yo, I could care less than a rat's ass about this sheet," and my friend just looks at me in awe and giggles. She hollers my name and I immediately plead my case. But he said "fuck," she tells me to leave. I freaking lose it. Flip sheet, throw in my binder, just pissed. Faking assaulted some cardboard boxes in the back of the class before going and slamming the metal door to her class. Not my proudest moment neither. Later she came out after I had a short discussion with the principal telling him my suspicions that she's discriminating against me. She comes out right fucking livid, but that smile still just stuck on. She notices the principal and gets a little concerned. A slight crack in the smile. The principal says there seems to have been a misunderstanding. I want you to hear M**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e The principal says there seems to have been a misunderstanding. That I think she's being racist, and yo, holy fuck yo, lem tell you, when I looked up and just saw her face get beet red and the smile just facts away. She goes off about previously teaching at a very diverse school, where she was loved by all the students. I'm sitting there shooketh like what the fuck is happening, how is this wah? Anyway, the principal agrees. If we both act like this never happened, he will just continue on his rounds through the halls. Till this day I've never heard anything about her. Whack experience, but yeah, it fits the bill. One of my first jobs out of high school was at a higher end ladies clothing store. I was 19 at the time. Most of the regular customers were a pleasure to help out, but working in a more affluent area you tend to see some pretty horrible rich bitches. This one woman comes in about mid-afternoon. She had a very loud / obnoxious speaking voice and immediately began bragging about how she and her husband were just in town for the day and their yacht was harbored in the marina. It was a Saturday and the store was pretty busy, but this lady insisted on making me her personal shopper and would not stop asking me for things, not even when I was actively ringing up other customers. To add to it, she had not one, but 3 screaming arguments with someone on her cell phone that was apparently trying to install a central vacuum system in her house. When other customers shot her dirty looks for being such a horrible witch to the poor bastard, she would say something like, "God, can you believe I have to deal with this?" Like it was his fault. The real take the cake moment for me though was when she had me bring her around 20 different pairs of pants and about the same number of tops to try on in the dressing room. I was doing my best to get her what she wanted because I thought she might buy a lot of the items, but the line at the front counter was getting super long and I had to jump in, which I explained to her before leaving, assuring her that I'd be back as soon as I could. Well, not 5 minutes later she starts yelling for the sales girl to get her something else. There was a line of about 8 people waiting to check out, so I couldn't leave the counter. She starts yelling louder and more impatiently from the dressing room, and rather than have her make a scene, I start making my way back to assure her that I'll be with her shortly, and she comes walking out of the dressing room area wearing just a bra and a pair of transparent pantyhose, no underpants on. We weren't even spared by a control top. It was just full bush on display for the entire store to see, at which point she yelled, "Can't nobody hear me back here?" There were audible gasps. A few people walked out. I will have that image emblazoned in my brain forever thanks to that one batshit crazy rich bitch. Thanks for that pointo. And she left all of the clothes in a heap on the dressing room floor. Oh, and she didn't buy anything. During my high school summers I taught swim lessons. 2 weeks before the last session of the summer, my manager hired a middle-aged woman who just finished a certification to take my spot, demoting me to just a lifeguard. As I already worked days as a lifeguard and didn't want to spend 12 hours staring at a pool, I talked to my supervisor and put in my 2 weeks notice for the swim lesson gig. Point the day the last session started I slept in, took my time going into work, prepared to see the summer off right. About an hour into the day, we get a call on the phone. No one calls us unless there's a problem. I'm on the stand and my supervisor, a 20-year-old college student, but at the time she seemed very worldly and wise, walks out of the office with a very confused look on her face and asks if I'll take a phone call. Point on the phone is my former manager, screaming about how they had to cancel swim lessons because I didn't show up to lifeguard for the morning lessons. This was the first time in my young life anyone besides a parent just full on screamed at me. It's an experience. I told her I had already quit. Put in my 2 weeks notice in fact. That my supervisor told me everything was taken care of. And she lost it. After much that was unintelligible by my, she blasted into the phone that I couldn't quit. I was fired. Took many years to realize how much this really set the bar high for the amount of crazy I expect from employers. Back in high school, me and this other dude were staying over at my neighbor's house one night because his parents were out of town for the weekend. We didn't throw a party or anything like that, but we were kicking it pretty good. As such, we got hungry. So, Randy, said other dude, and I went down to dude's kitchen to see what we could scrounge up. We both go for cereal for reasons I'm sure aren't hard to grasp, but Randy uses all the milk for his bowl. I don't think he was trying to be a Jew or anything, but when I hit him with dude. This motherfucker says AWW dude, my bad. But I know what we can do. We'll look at the ingredients on the back of the jug and make our own. Smilin fucking proud of himself. The look of disappointment when I reminded him that milk comes from cows was pretty priceless. This motherfucker. I have another one actually. So back at the day, I'm at a dealer's house trying to pick up a little bud. I caught him at a bad time, so he was essentially acting as a middleman for me, and I was there with him. We are both hanging out in the kitchen, and I'm sitting at the table. I noticed this little yellow rock on the table. I'd never seen crack before, and I didn't know he sold it, or faked with it, so I'm like Tutu, what's this? And this motherfucker was like AWW, that's just some crack. I was like, man, what the fuck? Ain't nothing just some crack, dude, that's crack. That shit tickles the hell out of me to this day. This motherfucker right here. Just some crack. Visiting a popular beach in New Zealand and notice a bunch of signs saying endangered bird nesting area, no dogs as we are entering, and guess what, the very next thing I set my eyes upon is 2 dogs jumping through the dunes, visibly chewing on eggs. I'm an environmentalist, so feeling pretty unimpressed with the 2 Karens nearby paying little attention. I ask them if they have seen the signs. I point to it, and she just says, "Are you a tourist? Oh, I see. Well, we live here, and we pick up trash off the beach all the time from you tourists." Completely different issue, lady, and oh my god, I guess you're here every day with this entitlement to destroy endangered birds, because you think picking up some trash somehow makes it okay. Asked if she cared that her dog was eating an egg, probably just a seagull egg, without even looking. Yeah, okay, well, since at this point it's clear she truly does not give a fuck, I lost my temper at this point and went on a rant about her generation stealing our future, which wasn't exactly my most charming moment either. I wish I could say it's the only time I've been to the beach and been confronted with white people treating it like their own personal rubbish dump, but it happens all the time to me for some reason. Few I can remember. 2 parents destroying sand dunes to make a slide for his kids right in front of multiple clear signs that say delicate grass planting program. Please keep off the dunes. How can people not see that? Marine Conservation Park. Nothing to be taken from beach. It is a rare, delicate, recovering ecosystem. Karens there collecting all sorts of rocks, driftwood and sea life off the beach in a big bag. Childishly refuses to acknowledge/read the sign she's standing beside when I point out to her Australian bushfire edition, extreme fire risk, and 2 Karens lighting a campfire out of driftwood a few meters from us in a dry grass field. We have a policy at our job for no refunds for digital stuff, subscriptions, movies, etc. I get a woman called Karen. She proceeds to demand a refund for all the months of the digital memberships, says that the company scammed her, and that she will most definitely take legal actions. I just took some time to explain her they are non-refundable items, but I could get her an exception for 1 month of all charges, that a free trial started at these specific dates, and resent her the ML of the confirmation for the free trials. Before you think it's unfair, please bear in mind the charges were for almost $20 a month each. How oblivious are you that you don't notice this for years? Regardless of that, I go ahead and get Karen a refund for most of the charges. Almost 90% of all charges were refunded. I cancel everything and tell her the total amount for the refund. What do you think she does next? She demands even more credits, saying that that's not enough. I refunded all the orders for one of the memberships, so it was just impossible to reverse something that doesn't exist. I explain 2 more times while she goes and copy pastes the same question over and over. At the end I had to make the math to her so she could finally understand. Point, it was UN faking believable. Oh boy, my time to shine. Point, okay, so 2 weeks ago my ex-girlfriend ended our relationship after 9 months. Now I've had depression for a while and she made me happy and cheat, yeah you get it. Point. So I'm not the type of guy who doesn't like saying against their girl. Ick now telling them that I don't want her to go out tonight or stuff like that. And my ex and her friends knew that and used my kindness against me. Point, she'd never spend time with me in the first place, was always with her friends, cause there's nothing to do. Okay, fair point. but it was like that for the whole 9 months. Note, I never ended a relationship, and I'm not the type of person who wants to point, so I think nothing of it apart from it kinda upsets me, but this is where it gets good. Point: one day I was really depressed and sad and lonely, and I wanted her to come over and snuggle, and this is how the conversation went. Point: DT, dumb T wop me, is well me, hey Avenue, I'm feeling pretty sad and lonely. Can you come over? DT, why? You know I have plans. Why don't you go talk to your friends or something? Me, well, it's 12 PM. They're all at work. Come on please. You've got the rest of the week to spend time with your friends. At this point she began the spoiled brat voice. DT, ugh, why can't you just talk to your friends? Like I never get in the way of you and your friends. Now at this point she's guilt tripping me. She doesn't like me spending time with my friends and has gotten in the way of me and my friends many times. Me, baby please, we can do whatever you want. DT, ugh, you never give me any freedom. Fine. I literally looked at the text like the fuck, but I said nothing of it. Point. So Evelina, if you're seeing this, I know you cheated on me with Liam and Jackson. No wonder me and guys say you belong on the streets. TLDR. I dated a bully of a girlfriend who used my kindness and freaked out when I asked her to come over when I was sad. Tries guilt tripping me, then dumps me a few days later. Reddit. If enough people ask and or upvote, I'll do an update on how I'm doing like 3 weeks after we broke up. I work at a restaurant where bread is complimentary. A group of 3 women sat down in the booth. I gave them a minute to settle in and was about to give them the whole welcome, my name is spiel, but before I even got to say my name, the woman interrupted me and said, excuse me, where's the bread? I was taken off guard, but I kindly responded that the bread was in the oven cooking and I would be glad to bring it over when it was ready. She then sucked her teeth and responded, how come every time I come here it's always in the oven? This is ridiculous. Once again I was taken off guard, but still responded in a nice manner. I had told her that we want to ensure that the bread is nice and hot when we bring it to the table. So in order to do that we cook it in batches in the oven. She rolled her eyes and there was an awkward silence. So I asked if anyone wanted anything to drink. Wasn't anything too complicated, so I got the drinks and checked to see if the bread was done. It wasn't. I then returned to the table, sat each drink down in front of the guests, to which she replied, I'm the bread. At this point in my mind it was the is this beach serious, but I bit my tongue and told her I had checked, but it wasn't ready. When I went back there to get the drinks, also ensured her that it wouldn't be much longer. Sucked her teeth, I smiled and asked them if they were ready to order. The bread woman ordered first, and just like her attitude, her order was complicated. She wanted a salad with 2 different dressings on the side, chopped onions, pecans, extra cucumbers. There was more, but I can't remember it all. The other 2 ladies' orders weren't as bad. Now because she wanted all these extra things for her salad, I had to go into the back to grab them. So while I was getting her extra dressings, pecans, cucumbers, sliced carrots, whatever it was, I didn't realize the bread out, and in the warmer, the server whose section was next to mine walked by my table with a basket of bread and the woman stopped her in her tracks and yelled, excuse me, is that my bread? Note that they have only been here for about 10 minutes now. My coworker told them it was for her table, but she knew I was in the back and she was pretty sure I was grabbing it. I finally come out the freezer with all her extra stuff on the tray. I looked down to see if there was bread. Figured maybe they hadn't put it in, or it had been slightly overcooked. Didn't realize that it had already came out, but all the servers had gotten to it before I had. Forgot to mention the kitchen is in charge of cooking the bread for the guests and they bring it out when it's done and place it in the warmer. So I walk back to the table. No one was saying anything. I don't even think they were breathing. I place all the extra ingredients requested for her salad in front of her and apologize the bread was taking so long and how I looked before I had come back to the table. The woman then responded, oh, the bread came out, we saw it, oh I'm so sorry, I must have missed it. I had to go into the cooler to grab everything you needed for your salad. She responded, well, don't you think you shoulda got the bread before you did all of that? Sigh, is this beach serious? and I snapped. I said, "Marem, the bread is free. I will bring it to you when it is ready." Needless to say, she wasn't very happy with my response, and believe me, what I wanted to say was a lot more rude than what I had actually said. She demanded to see a manager, smiled, and said, "Of course I'll go get one for you." I'm running one way to find a manager, and she's running to the front of the host desk, telling them she needed a manager right now. Apparently her friend was diabetic and needed the bread, and she was so appalled at how rude I was to her. She also stated it was her other's friend's birthday, and she had thought it'd be nice to bring her out to eat. But now her whole experience was ruined, and her friends are so upset and want to leave. They had been there for 15 minutes. This woman ended up moving tables, getting a new server, had gotten all the entrees for free, and also a free piece of cheesecake because it was her friend's birthday. Oh, and then the bread, which still took 10 more minutes after she moved. I guess to finish this story, and to really live up to the "Is This Beach Serious" title, I have a kind heart, and it was just so awkward walking by them. So I decided, not because I was told, I apologized to this woman. I had told her I felt as if I had let the frustration of the matter get to me and had acted out of character. I told her that when I believe I was wrong, I will apologize, and that I was sorry, and I really hope they enjoy their dinner, and that her friend enjoyed the rest of her birthday. This beach, seriously, called the corporate number on me after I had apologized, which I didn't even have to do. I'm just a good person. Of course she never mentioned the apology or how rude she had been. She told corporate that it was the worst service they ever had, that I had known her friend was diabetic, and I didn't even make an attempt to help her because her blood pressure was low and she was having an episode. What the fuck? She told them about how rude and nasty I had been towards them, and that I ruined the birthday and they never wanted to come back. SMH, that beach. Bad thing is I got suspended for a week over free bread. When I was a teacher, I had quite a few of these moments with people's parents. Fact the faker. I had a student who was really great in class except for one problem. I had a no swearing, curse word, policy. Actually it was more complicated than that, but I digress. And the student in question used them to an extent that would make a sailor blush, and he didn't have a medical excuse. For example, "Good morning, how are you today?" would become faking good, faking morning, you faking wankier, how the fuck are you this sheet day? So it comes to parents' evening, and I raise such concerns to his mother. She turns to him and responds with something to the effect of, "You faking what? You wankier. I faking raised you cunting better than faking that." Never challenged him on that again, because what would be the faking point? I'm not a cunt. I had a student with very posh parents. So, meeting them on parents' evening, I expected not this. Everything had been going well until they were about to leave, when the father shook my hand and said, "It was a pleasure speaking with you. You are not a cunt like all the other teachers," before walking off like nothing had happened. Towards the end of parents' evening, I took a coffee break, and a colleague of mine came up to me and said, "Did you talk to students' parents?" They came in, called me a cunt, and left. The next day the student was mortified with embarrassment, to say the least. Break the law for my child in a special needs class I taught. I had one student more than any other who was a pain in the ass. I was in a wheelchair at the time, and so I couldn't chase him when he would just up and leave if he didn't want to learn what I was teaching that day. I spoke to his mother over the phone expecting some level of support, only for her to basically say stuff to the effect of, "My son can learn whatever he wants, and he had a right to leave school property if he wants." I explained that doing so was against the law, which made her angrier. I ended up setting up a meeting with her and didn't attend. Instead, the police were there to talk to her about the seriousness of the situation. Don't leave your kids with strangers on an open school evening. A family was walking around in the busy room we had set up. They came to my booth, not to talk to me, but instead for the mum to turn to the youngest, 6, 7-year, and say, "Okay, you stay with that nice man and I will collect you at the end of the evening," before walking off. I protested, but they quickly disappeared into the crowd. So, I spent the rest of the evening looking after a child who was very clearly uncomfortable around the stranger they had just been left with. And if the night comes, and the mother whistles, then calls him from the exit, giving me no chance to confront her. TLDR, Old teacher come to plagiarizing 4 books of official yearly report of other kindergarten. I worked overtime as internet cafe operator in the high school. It was small place with just 18 PCs. It's perfect as moderate income for pocket money. They also told me that my job desk is more than watching over the client, so the owner can earn more OFC. There is many odd job we offered like selling game voucher, phone voucher, paying monthly electricity tax, typing services, printing, school assignment jockey, etc. My procession at this was smooth like I thought. Sometimes I'm driving out user searching for born and then separating some kids fighting because online game conflict or angry mother came to collect their child to home. The odd job was pretty easy. It can be done at probably 3 minutes, and when it came to typing or jockey job, it was pretty easy and can be done at 7 to 15 minutes because majority it was primary or middle schooler level, cause they're too stupid and lazy to googling it themselves. Sometimes when I'm not in the mood for them and just want to focus at gaming nor surfing at internet randomness, I can simply tell them that I have lot of work that must be done and can't accept for more. Especially when their conduct is annoying. That kind of I pay you, so you must do either right ehng I said, and the type that don't even know what they're doing because they're not listening enough when told what errand they want me to do. One day, this old woman, whose work as a kindergarten teacher come, while bringing 4 books A4 size, with 80 to 100 pages each. This old woman was typical boomer at technology and can't use Word and Excel properly. That's why she's frequently come to us for doing their job, such as monthly report, yearly report, even their official report for education part of our state. To make our job easier, we are saving all of her file in this special folder every time she came to us. That's why when she bringing that books upon, I thought the job was mostly just editing some stuff from existed file. I was wrong, terribly. She want me to type all that book. Of course I hope we can just scan it and compile it into digital file. Easy job and easy money. But no, fact no, this 4 books is official yearly report that she brought from other kindergarten and want us to edit the kindergarten name to their own and watermarked. I just want to drop it to her face and spilling out 101 excuses of why I can't do the job. Unfortunately, she's know the internet cafe owner personally and live in the same community with him. That's leave me with nothing but accept her sheety demand. Because it's long-term work, I just do this sheet as little as possible and pretend to work as serious I could when other operator and owner sometimes watching on me. Last year went and watched Captain Marvel at the big theater in Tempe, Arizona. I rode my bike and caught the bus there right after work to catch the showtime. It was a nice night. To get home I had to catch 3 buses, 1 north bus, 1 bus going west, then another bus going north. Anyways, the bus going west was 5 minutes late, which means I would just barely catch the final bus going north. I got off the bus as soon as I could to see the other bus pulling up. I rushed over there and loaded my bike and then got on. There was at least 15 people at the bus stop as well. As I sit down I hear a lady literally yell at the bus driver, "Hey, that guy stepped in front of us and loaded his bike." The bus driver asks me if I can take my bike off the rack, which only had 2 spots. I did it as I did not want to cause a scene. That lady and her guy friend, they looked like homeless people, loaded their bikes and the bus took off. Now it was 10:30 and I would have to wait for the 11 PM bus. So for some random reason I decided to follow the bus with my bike just to see if I could catch it. I rode for maybe 3 or 4 blocks. I get to a stoplight and I'm about to turn around. I see that same couple riding their bikes. They take a left and I follow them. I then shout, "Seriously, you could have rode that." I was like, what the fuck, why were you riding the bus if you are just going 3 blocks and you have a faking bike? Both of their bikes were working too. For some reason they wanted to ruin someone's night. Idiots, I swear. I always wonder too, what did that bus driver think? Did he think they only rode 3 blocks? That other guy could have got on instead. For the record, I had to go to the second to last stop of that route, which was 10 miles away. Who if I ever see those idiots again. I did food service for a while after high school at a local restaurant that had just opened up. I was working front of the house at the cook's window calling out orders to the servers so they could take food to tables as orders were completed. We had a manager who would sometimes hop on with the cooks when it got busy during the morning shift. One day, manager is helping out the cooks. He's making some pancakes using a spatula. Normal, right? Until he opens up a vent on the ceiling using the spatula, and instead of taking the spatula to the washroom, he puts it right back to use with the pancakes. Now I know I wasn't the only one who saw that, because there was a small bar type seating arrangement directly behind me filled with people who also saw it. K. Me M. Manager K. Hey man, you should probably take that to the kitchen. M. What? K. Take that to the kitchen. The spatula. M. It's fine. K. No it's not. You used it to open a vent and put it right back on the grill. He then got triggered because I called him out, especially in front of customers, who by the way, also saw what he did. Instead of shouting through the window, he had me come to the side and told me, since he was a manager he didn't have to listen to what I had to say, and told me to never challenge him like that again. Especially in front of customers. I basically told him to fuck off, and that as a manager, he of all people should know proper food safety / handling. He got a stern talking to from owners and doubled down on his attitude towards me real quick. Back in college I lived with 3 girls. Everything went fairly smooth until one of the girls started telling the rest of us she was on a break with her boyfriend. Pretty soon she was bragging about all the guys trying to ask her out, hit on her, Tinder matches, whatever. I was, and still am, pretty close with the boyfriend at the time. So naturally, being a good friend, I just asked him how he is handling the break. Turns out, there was no agreed upon break. Naturally, he freaks out on her because she is actively trying to cheat on him. She turns this on me and immediately puts the blame on me and proceeds to try her best to tear me down as far as she could mentally. Now, I had been friends with this girl since we were 12. We were not random roommates. We were childhood friends and were classmates in high school. This was enough for me to consider her nothing more than a roommate from here on out. Fast forward 3 months, she decides she wants to move out and ditch the rest of us with a lease extension we all verbally agreed on. As she's looking, she is telling everyone what a terrible roommate I am, lying about details about my personal life, and overall trying to paint me as a bad person. Because of her poor foresight and planning, she couldn't find a decent place to lease, because this is a small college town and all leases are signed well before she started looking. This is when she tells us, I guess I'll stay. This place isn't too bad. Never have I lost more respect for a person than I did with her. Okay, so my mom is definitely a bit of a Karen. She has certainly asked to see the manager before. She's actually a nice person. She just has her moments. So, here's inside intelligence about growing up under a Karen's roof. In case you aren't a spawn of a Karen. Karens don't only turn into Karens when they are in stores and don't have enough seeds on their burger bun. In fact, they get much worse when they can't speak to a manager or leave a bad Yelp review. Then they have to get creative. When I was 12, I was on my school's basketball team. Whenever we took the bus back from a game we had won, we would play music in celebration. At this point I hadn't had much exposure any other music than classic rock, as my dad is a boomer and my mom grew up in the 70s. But all the music that was played on the bus was rap. It was my first experience with rap, and I was at an age where I was just starting to hit puberty, so I wanted to experiment with everything. I liked how rap made really cool beats and bass lines. I wanted to know more about rap, so I could talk about it with my buddies and understand which songs they were talking about and stuff. I figured the best way to achieve my goal was to listen to more rap. I started putting rap playlists from Youtube and just let them go while I surfed the internet. What a big mistake that was. My parents ended up going through my search history on my computer, a story for another time, and found the rap. My mom was furious. She is a feminist and hates anything that uses bad language about women. I'm not trying to defend insulting and shaming women. She wanted to talk to me personally, but my dad talked her off the ledge. This made my dad the messenger. I basically told him what I told you, but alas, this was no match for Karen. No. I was called to the living room a day later. The whole family was gathered in the living room. My mom, dad, sister, and even my dog were there. On the table was a stack of papers, and my mom said, "Have a seat," in the most stern, cold voice you can imagine. Her face was flaming red. I could tell she was barely containing herself. Sammy 100,418, you obviously don't care about what language you use in front of people. I've printed out the lyrics to some of the songs you listen to. I want you to recite them to the family. I stared in disbelief. When it became clear that she was indeed serious, I took the top paper and started reciting the lyrics to Kevin Gates' Pour in the Syrup. I remember painfully making it to the first N word and looking up to verify that I could indeed say it. I had to say it. I remember making it past the first stanza. Nope, don't stop there. I recited the entire song and 3 more point. If you think you have strict parents, remember this story. TLDR. Mom found out I was listening to rap, made me recite lyrics to entire family. Me and a friend entered the local Perkins one night for some food and to hang, as you do. He was visiting while off from grad school and we decided to hit up our usual haunt for late nights and nothing better to do. It just so happened that a waitress from a visit of ours before was working that night, and soon as she saw my friend she lost her sheet. She refused to seat us and threatened to call the police after we protested her irrational behavior. I was able to talk her into letting me through, but she absolutely would not seat or serve my friend. As I understand it, my friend had made a fuss during the aforementioned previous visit, basically discussing with the waitress to not charge him for some pie that was part of a sale earlier in the night. The issue was that we'd been there so long that the time had lapsed for the sale period, so the waitress would have none of it. One way or another, my friend handled it and thought nothing of it till we met this same waitress who apparently held this before what must have been at least a year. I was not going to sit without my friend, so we left. I'd never been outright refused service like that. My friend can get on people's nerves. He's very eccentric in his way, but that didn't seem to be a factor, just a misunderstanding that this waitress took to heart, and we were unaware we'd offended this person so greatly in their eyes. I walked by a meth head lady, crouched in the entrance to a lobby, but not outside, where the enter phone is, and she was smearing Macup all over a beat up face, so I just stopped as I was about to walk out the second door, and asked if she's alright. She said yeah blah blah, she's just having a hard time with something. I don't know, it was more rambling than anything coherent. So when she asked why I said she looked like she was in trouble or needed help, and I guess the word trouble triggered her. Because she sprang right up and got all defensive saying I'm not in trouble. Why would I be in trouble? I'm allowed to be here, I pay my rent. And I just blank faced said you're crouched in a corner putting Macup on and you have some cuts and bruising on your face. I'm just concerned about you. That's all. Is there anywhere you can go? Do you live here? And she went off saying actually, that's really funny. You're the first person who ever asked if I lived here. And she told me her name and unit and kept going on about I live here and pay rent, I can hang out here. So I said of course you can. I was just concerned, and I'm sure other people would be concerned too if they saw a young woman crouched in a corner putting Macup on, and holy fuck she went off. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Fuck other people trying to tell me to leave, playing boss man rah rah rah. And I just smiled and went to leave, but held the door for the guy coming in, and she blocked him going off saying you see this thing here smacks handicap button, it holds the door open. You don't need to stand there and do that. And when I just look at her, smile and go to walk away, she starts yelling oh watch out for the boss man. Big tough boss man. Or something like that. And I just started laughing uncontrollably walking away. I'm just an employee lady and concerned about your welfare. Take it easy. Also, apparently she got arrested that night for picking a fight with a 50-year-old couple who lived beside her. Should have sobered up after all. Little meet and greet lady. When I worked Target, in their electronics section, I had a guy blow up at me for not selling him a game. The reason why I didn't was because I physically couldn't. It wasn't out for another week, but he thought he could just waltz into Target, prepay for a game 100%, then come back in a week with a receipt and just get it. We were having a buy 2, get 1 free sale, and he was pissed that I wouldn't say what he wanted to hear. which he probably wanted to hear of course. "Sir, do you want your balls tickled while I kiss your ass?" He turned red, started screaming how he could sell a Mercedes before it was even off the assembly line. Good for you. I eventually tuned him out because I was actually starting to laugh at how much he was going on. This dude was like 60 plus, definitely raising his blood pressure while yelling at me because I can't bend reality for him or copyright law. Even screamed at our 7 months pregnant ELOD that night. She had such a dude, I couldn't give less of a shit if I tried, look on her face. And she was usually the type to make some sort of compromise, but she also knew that media cannot be sold prior to its street date. That's why you pre-order, but can't get it until it's actually scheduled release, even if it is physically present in the store at the time. The ironic thing is, if he gave us a chance to get a damn word in edgewise, we would usually let someone come in within a week of that kind of sale and let them exchange a game for another of equal value, because we knew that those kinds of sales tend to cause shortages with popular titles. He never got to learn that fact. That guy. To come to mind, a customer came into my government office and said, "So, I lost my job last week and I crashed my car the same day. Totally written off. Oh god, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that." Dismissive. Aha. Anyway, I want my old manager to buy me a new car. I am speechless and confused. So, the thing is, I was driving home from work in the company car when my company phone rang. So I answered it and crashed into a tree. While driving, she then uses the exact voice Jack Black uses in School of Rock when he asks the kids who's hiding a sandwich, and when no one admits it, he says, "You're not gonna get in trouble." Yeah, I know, it's illegal, I broke the law, but the point is, I thought it was an urgent work matter, so I answered, "I want my boss to pay for a replacement car." Instead he fired me. I have no words, and him looking at her like she's certifiably insane. Fine, maybe, if he pays half and I'll pay the other half. I referred her to the Workplace Matters division to pass the absolute joke along to. A non-national customer came in, not a lick of English on her, so she brought a friend to translate. He was instantly furious that her boss was deducting so much from her wages and demanded to know why. I checked the record point because she has 2 jobs at once, and she asked us online to give the other job lower deductions. He lost his sheet. She does not have 2 jobs. How dare you? ECT point. I'm unfazed point, sir. She logged in 2 weeks ago and specifically added the second job and said, "Hey, this is my main. Please lower deductions." So we did know she didn't. Are you calling the computer system a liar or me? 'Cause either way it's not gonna end well for you. She didn't add the things online. Did you ask her? He has not translated a single word of the conversation for her. She's sitting there smiling all friendly and oblivious. Bless her soul, she had no clue what was going on. Yeah, she said she didn't do it. So you haven't asked her a single thing. Point. Big pause. Translates approximately 3 words. Most definitely not enough to cover. Hey, did you by chance log into your Gov account to add a second job? She responds affirmative in her native language /talk. She said no. Sir, someone added her second job online. Either her or someone she trusts to have access. Ask her if a friend did it by mistake. She said no. No friend, you didn't even ask her. He storms off. She blissfully ambles after him. He storms back 5 minutes later, skipping the cue. She did not do this. Okay. First of all, no line cutting. Second of all, I was done with you when you stormed off. Third of all, if she didn't do it, and we, Gov, didn't do it, then who did? Russian hackers. What? It must have been Russian hackers. So, you're telling me that Putin and his KGB goons are so hellbent on destroying other countries, he's nodding along enthusiastically, that they hacked Miss Jane Nobody's personal Irish Gov account with the sole nefarious plot to add a second job and cause her to pay slightly more deductions than usual that she will have fully refunded when the year ends if applicable. He stops nodding and thinks for a bit. That's the whole scheme? That's what you think happened? Do I have that right? Well, when you put it like that, it sounds ridiculous. I worked at an international airport for 13 years. The incident that immediately came to mind was one couple who were booked on a very expensive month-long tour of South America. They had booked business class seats, but due to an aircraft change, the new aircraft was about 6 business class seats short. Supervisor handled it all, but the upshot was that this couple, and a few other people, were put into premium economy, given a refund between the cost of business class and premium. They still got their business class meal and all the other stuff, they just didn't get the business class seat. They also got bonus frequent flyer miles as compensation point, so this couple were in their late 50s, early 60s, and the man was quite lovely and understanding. He was basically like, well, shit happens sometimes, it's fine, we are still getting on the plane, no worries. She on the other hand, completely lost the faking plot. She started wailing and crying, full on ugly crying, and even called someone, and wailed to them, that the entire holiday was ruined. She didn't think she could cope with it all, and she just wanted to go home now. She made such a scene. It was a very busy morning and there were literally hundreds of other people very close by, and there were so many people staring at this crazy lady having a toddler tantrum right there for all to see. I was so uncomfortable and kept doing, "That you seeing this sheet?" Look to the supervisor. The husband must have seen me, because next time I made eye contact with him, he said, "Just ignore her. It'll be fine." Clearly he was a veteran of this kind of sheet. The other one was the woman in her 40s who turned up to check in with just minutes till close of flight, and she had too many bags. Supervisor told her she needed to pay excess baggage. She was allowed 2 pieces. She had 5. She refused and got loud. He simply told her that she had 10 minutes to pay excess, or he'd close the flight, and she could go on the next one in 4 hours, and she'd still need to pay for the excess baggage. She got even louder and demanded to see the manager. Unfortunately for her, he was a duty manager that day. He was also well known amongst the staff for having zero tolerance for bullshit. This is why he was so popular with the staff. Well, she delayed long enough that he closed the flight, and then all hell broke loose. She started screaming and basically had an set in a small town, so lots of context. Apologies, my first job was in my cousin's restaurant. My mom took on the manager role because my cousin was financially incompetent, and while he had the great business idea, renovated his home into a steakhouse and gallery showcasing his stone carvings, it was going under due to his idiocy. In Idaho, ours is a small community, but there are medium-sized towns on all sides, so business began to boom once my mom, with her actual business management degree lol, took it on. This was back around 2005-ish, when I was 12. Backstory: another of my cousins, Tabitha, 17F at the time, was also employed as a waitress, but was let go for behavior issues / insubordination. It was a little awkward to witness her scream "fuck you, Auntie L" to my manager mom as she stormed off lol. So one day, during a dinner rush, I was doing typical dinner rush waitress things, delivering food, checking up on tables, getting new people's drink orders, etc. Keep in mind, while I was always "mature for my age," I'm a 12-year-old child in this story. A table of 2 middle-aged / older women come in, and one was a close friend to my aunts and my uncle, Tabitha's dad. Maybe you know the type of family friend I mean, always at the social functions of a family she's not related to, offering opinions like the grown mother she isn't, the type of older woman that's not pleasant to deal with if you're not of her generation. Anyway, they had been seated, and I was bringing their drinks, 2 Diet Pepsis. Caught up in the dinner rush hubbub, I forgot the straws. I returned to their table to take their food order, and Pam, no kidding, that was her name, says in the snidest tone Tabitha wouldn't have forgotten the straws point. That was my moment. There I was, 12-year-old waitress during a dinner rush in a booming steakhouse, and this bitch makes me feel like an incompetent little brat. Mind you, the 17-year-old cousin she compared me to was let go because of multiple customer complaints of her insistence on keeping her cleavage on full display and her shorts as short and tight as she could in a family-friendly steakhouse. But I'm the shitty waitress for forgetting your straws. Yeah, okay, I lol. My best friends of 15 years convinced me to let them be my roommates and then forced me to pay 100% of rent, utilities, and bills by myself. Constantly ate my food despite getting food stamps to buy their own, ran electronics 24/7, and racked up a $500 electric bill they refused to help pay, trashed the apartment, only showered once a week, screamed constantly during the few measly hours I had to sleep between working and going to school, full time. Constantly asked me for large sums of money, think several hundred or $1,000 at a time, to bail them out of massive problems they cause by being negligent, constantly degraded me to my face, and cheat on everything I liked / was proud of myself for accomplishing. They also cheat on me for making more money than they did, while simultaneously refusing to let me help them find better jobs, or any job, and using me to pay for them to sit on their ass blowing money on endless luxury Mac-up items and a constant stream of garbage from Amazon. Once they walked by me as I was literally screaming on the floor in pain and unable to walk, due to a piriformis muscle spasm that compressed my sciatic nerve, without offering any help or to drive me to a doctor or even asking if I was okay. The ultimate is this beach serious moment came when I finally expressed how faking furious all of the above made me and asked them to leave, and they screamed at me for being a bad friend. My roommate lead on and basically forced me to move out with no help in college. So, when I was a freshman, my first roommate was terrible. Anyway, she would come home at like 3 AM, drunk and loud. She would turn on the room lights, waking me up. We lived with 2 other girls. She would blame me for the mess in the kitchen despite the things and foods being made weren't even mine, and as a result would monitor me, aka she would extensively watch me as I made food. So one day we were having the yearly beginning of the year meeting where we would sign our contracts. I tried to complain and get some sort of boundaries, like if you're gonna stay out late, come in quietly, no more watching me as I cook, etc. But he brushed me off and told me to complain to the road resident director. She acts all flabbergasted and goes to dinner instead. I go in my room to do homework. It was late, so I didn't think the road was even there. Turns out, my roommate ran to them first. I was almost asleep when the rat came back saying that they were requesting to see me. Here's this beach serious moment. When I got there she turned on the waterworks. She began crying about how she feared for her life, how she didn't want to sleep in the same room with me, how she was so friendly to me, but then I suddenly snapped, how I'm so messy and mean all of a sudden. Of course I started crying myself, because I've never had someone lie on me like that in my life. I couldn't talk straight after that. They believed every word she said, and it was apparent, because they would always cut me off when I was speaking, but didn't do the same for her. I suspect they liked her more, because I was a loner who never interacted with anyone, and she was very in the community. She wasn't officially in rap, but she acted like one. She was like Ralite. Anyway, they made me move out, even though she was the only one with the problem. Me and the other 2 girls were cool. She was cool with one other girl and talked shit about the other because she was barely around. They, Uddies, moved me to a college apartment right down the lane and refused to help me. I had to move everything I brought, luggage, supplies, appliances to my new room by myself, for the most part. At that point I was weak and skinny. I had no family. I was new and very asocial, hermit like. I had no friends, and if you're wondering why I was in shared dorms, if I was like this, I tried applying for a single room, but the uni was full, and they moved me into the upperclassmen apartment dorms. After that I couldn't move, because how would I? No family or friends to help me out. And the Raz made it clear that they weren't obligated to help. This process took me hours. The Raz and that roommate watched and laughed. I don't think I've ever felt so humiliated. The one other roommate I guess pitied me and tried to help. The only win I got out of the situation was that I was moved into her apartment with one other girl, so I got a room by myself for like a good 3 months and she was sweet. Want another is this beach serious thing. She still makes fun of me for the situation. This was 3 years ago. You would think she won because she got me to move out. Nope. Every year or so I hear wind of what she says about me because we end up volunteering at the same events. This will probably get buried. I work in retail. Last year, around holiday, my company released a limited edition code for a very popular game in which all the 7-year-olds sent their parents on missions to get these little golden tickets for them. They were of extremely popular demand, and we were only allowed to give out one per person as we only had a limited supply point. Well, this middle-aged lady walks in demanding 3 of them. I explain I can only give her one, no matter what. She keeps asking, well, what if this? And what if that? I just keep staring blankly at her until she goes, well, is this how you were advertising them? I said, plain and simply, yes. She continued to berate me through the entire interaction. She only leaves with one, but she threatened she would be back. We sold out of the codes, inevitably, about 20 minutes before she walks in the door. I didn't see her face, so I greeted them as normal, then added, if you are here for the code, unfortunately we sold out. Let me tell you, I have never seen someone's neck turn around so fast. She screeches, are you serious? Then proceeds to scream at the top of her lungs at me, insulting me, calling me names, ranting about how she is gonna call corporate, and she knows my DL's number. The person she was with literally begins to drag her out the door as she is screaming, and her final statement to me was that everything would work out against me because she wrote a Yelp review about me. It probably didn't help that I couldn't stop laughing the whole time, but it was like something out of a cartoon scene. Well, I found the Yelp review and have it saved. My coworkers want me to frame it and bring it to work. However, I need to comment on it first and ask her to fix some of it. I showed her my name badge the first time she was in my store, and she still somehow managed to spell my 4-letter name wrong. An incident last September was a Sunday topper, for sure. We had a burger on the menu, which I admit, had a problematic name, named after a Confederate general who rode down a local street during the Civil War, which pissed off a guy that looked like hipster Dollar General version of Evan Peters. For the record, I'm biracial. I've dealt with my fair share of overt racism as well as the systemic hurdles, so a badly named burger was kind of low on the list of things insulting my humanity. I was managing when this guy walked in and asked a server if that burger was still on the menu, which it was, so he starts ripping into her. She's also biracial and looks more black than I do. I intervene and tell him that he's entitled to his opinion, that I cannot authorize changes to the menu, and while I'm sorry he's offended by the name of the burger, he shouldn't direct those complaints to my staff. He chills out his tone and says, I just want you to think about how black people would feel about this. I'm a little shook cause I know hella black people. I'm a black people. I work with black people, and I know this ivory bar with blonde hair ain't telling me and my blood how to feel about a damn burger. I appreciate non-POC folk who put this kind of passion into supporting black communities, but I also don't like when non-POC tell me what I should be offended by. So I tell him, I know your heart is in the right place, but there's nothing I can do right now about making a menu change. He responds aggressively and says, seriously, put yourself in a black person's shoes. I'm like, sir, I don't blame you for not knowing, but I'm black. I'm biracial. This dumbass really says, no, you're Latiner, in the most condescending tone I heard in a hot minute beach. You serious? Some backstory on this one. I work at my state capital's zoo. During the winter holiday season, the zoo runs a special event called Christmas at the Zoo, CATZ for short. We have Christmas music, romantic fire pits, beautiful holiday lights, and a miniature Christmas village, where you can buy sweets and even meet Santa. This time of year is very crowded, with long lines for the zoo's rides and other attractions. The line to see Santa for photos was very long in previous years, so management decided to introduce something called timed ticketing. When guests entered the park, they would be offered free tickets for their group to see Santa. The ticket had a half-an-hour time block printed on it that indicated when the group should get in line to see Santa. 6 o'clock to 6:30. Guests only needed one ticket per group. The tickets were 100% free. All guests had to do was get in line during the indicated time block. And, if tickets ran out, no problem. After 8 PM the line was open to all guests regardless of tickets. The whole idea was to keep lines short, so guests would not be waiting as long out in the cold Indiana weather. And, in my opinion, the idea actually worked to keep the lines short. Not everyone was happy, though. Some guests were angry because it meant they had to actually read their tickets to see the time block printed on them. Others were angry because, on days when we had 15k plus guests at the park, the tickets ran out quickly, and guests were unwilling to wait until 8 p.m. One day I was working at the Shark Touch pool in the Oceans building. I had just come back from a break, lunch, or a restroom, I can't remember. I was just feet from the automatic doors of the Oceans building when I was stopped by a mother with 2 to 3 children. This lady was overweight and hauling herself around on a motorized scooter. Lady, excuse me, do you work here? Me, whirling around, surprised. Yes, how can I help you? Lady, do you work in guest services? Me, I'm attractions department. What can I help you with? Lady, I can't believe we can't see Santa. This was the is this be serious right now moment. This lady's children had to be in middle and high school. If she wanted a photo op, there were plenty of pretty places around the zoo to snap photos. Me, well, the tickets are free. All you have to do is go to the admissions building and ask. Lady, they're out of tickets. Me, I'm sorry about that. The line opens up for everyone at 8. Lady, we're driven 3 hours to be here. We don't want to wait. Me, now a little frantic, as I'd never dealt with this before. I had also left 2 of my teenage co-workers who were buddies and liked to mess around at the job alone at the Shark Touch pool, and was nervous to get back to my post. I'm sorry about that. How about I call the manager? I ended up having to call the mod manager on duty, my boss's 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 boss, to come down and pacify this angry older lady because she and her grown children didn't have tickets to see Santa. When I came back to work the following weekend, management had discontinued the time ticketing idea altogether. I posted this on Guys, what was the worst way a girl took your rejection? But a pretty weird ugly blonde girl came to my friend's house and went to my house at 9 p.m. to ask for my number. Gave it to her thinking, oh, she's probably just getting random people's numbers. I'm going to put us into a group chat or something. I do not care at the time until not even 5 minutes later she texted me, I love you, can you kiss me, when can you take me to movies? And she just kept spam texting me that. And not to mention I wasn't ready for a girl after my last one killed herself because of schizophrenia. RIP Brooke, I love you and miss ya. Which was about a year ago, but I still wasn't ready, so I told her now, and at first she seemed like she understood. She didn't, and continued to say that she loves me and everything, and we were dating. When I had to tell the hard way, no, I do not like you, she just gave me a fake smile and said okay. Turns out she had me saved as a girl and she's not allowed to talk to boys, so I called her out and got my friend to tell her mom, and she got pissed, so she got her friends to start to ask me out, and they were the other weird outcast kids, the ones who would always wear free suits to school and meowed people. I said no to all of them because 1, I did not like any of them, and 2, I'm one of the popular kids, and I guess the rules at the school is if you're dating someone it has to be someone who is not one of those weird kids. The other popular kids were kind of talking about me because I was dating Brooke, but they cut me some slack because of what happened. But if I was dating those girls, I would have got taken out of being a popular campaign with the outcasts. So after injecting every single one of them, they get the scrawny little like redneck kid to try to fight me. I swear he was 70 pounds. I just pushed him to the ground and walked away. Then they try to spread rumors about me, which I start to show everyone the text she's been sending me, and I have a few people who saw them coming up to me asking to date me, so everyone just dropped it. And I guess I'll add this, but the crazy girl was at my friend's house, somehow got my friend's password and started texting her my friend's boyfriend, do you like me, rate your girlfriend now, rate me, hey do you like me, and he said no, so she said okay and got on my friend's Sparks and asked my friend's friends on Sparks for their numbers and started texting them, as now my friend is not friends with her anymore. May 2001, working at American English's think Walmart-esque store in Oxford, Pennsylvania. Tiny little town with a lot of racist and homophobes. I'm a lesbian, but was dating a boy I worked with for cover. I was a bad person back then, and he didn't know he was my beard. Life was different then, and I was a kid. Now I'm from San Francisco. My parents couldn't care less if someone I was dating was a color different from my own, pasty Irish with a few extras. My mother was just happy I had a boyfriend. That said, my boyfriend was black. A regular little old lady customer of mine was filling out envelopes to get film developed. She'd do like 10 a week of her cats, and was chatting with me as I helped her. She asked if I was dating anyone. She was trying to hook me up with a grandson of hers, and I admitted that yes, I was, and he worked in the store. After we played the guessing game of her listing off various white men who worked there and me saying no, it became, well, I don't know them all, dear. Which one? I gestured to where he happened to be within sight, stocking a shelf. Oh, he's the one over there, with the cornrows. There were 2 other stock guys within the same direction. Only reason I differentiated, she slapped me on the arm, hard, and in a very Karen volume voice, said, "You believe in blacks mixing with whites, hole." Store stopped and stared at me. I don't even remember what I said back. But ugh, I hated that town. I do background work on occasion in LA. I had forgotten to have a pen on me. You're always supposed to have a pen on you to fill out your voucher, which my bad, but it happens. I ask to borrow another background person's pen, and he says sure. I fill out my form, took maybe 15 seconds, look up to give him the pen back, and he was completely gone. Since it was a freebie pen from an internet/cable company, I figured that it may have been a pen that was just lying there from a crew member. Sometimes they have a spare pen or 2 for us idiots that forget to bring one. Or that he didn't care about getting his pen back. I check out with the crew and start walking to parking. I'm nearly to my car when the guy who lent me his pen comes up to me and says, "Beach, where's my pen?" I told him that I had left it on the table by the crew members checking people out because he had already left. His reason for leaving, he wanted to go smoke a cigarette and didn't want to do it where the crew could see him. We were filming at a high school and it's against state law to smoke on school property. He demanded that I walk back to the table to go retrieve his pen for him, and he walked with me to go get it. Reminder, it was a free promotional pen that could easily be replaced by walking into any internet/cable company store and getting a new one. If it mattered that much to him, he could have stayed and waited the 15 seconds it took for me to finish using it. I was once best friends with my cousin, and oh, the stories I could tell. In no particular order, when my brother's first child was born, I of course immediately told my best friends. This cousin then immediately went and told the rest of that side of the family, so that when my parents called my dad's siblings to share the news, they got back a bunch of "we already know, cousin told us." Like, I could understand you telling your parents, but to also tell all our mutual aunts and uncles and cousins my family's news, that's not your place. When my siblings following 4 children were born, 2 to my brother, 2 to my sister, I had to keep my mouth shut and make sure my parents had told all the people they wanted to first, before I told my friends, because I knew, if I didn't then, that trend would just continue, and we wouldn't be able to share our own news point through a birthday party for my then boyfriend, now fiance, at her house. Dealt with a random tantrum over the death of her dog from several years prior, complete with screaming, stamping, and storming out of the room. We did nothing to provoke this, she just randomly blew up at us. I get that the anniversary of your dog's death is sad, but that's no reason to scream at your friends who've done nothing wrong. Stayed the night, woke up the next morning. Me and boyfriend spent the morning taking down decorations and tidying up, while she and our 4th friend laid on an air mattress watching anime. I had to go to work at lunchtime, so boyfriend drove me to work. Got home after work to a furious message in the group chat about how we left all the work to her and how she had to clean up everything. She was surprised and somewhat less angry when me and boyfriend returned to offer to help finish. Don't think she expected us to respond that way. Point me and the 4th friend from the birthday party helped out with a cosplay photo project for her university class. Mentioned that I thought she would need more than just the same sad look over and over from the character I was dressed as. She dismissed the idea. A few days later I get a message saying she needs more shots than just the sad look, and can I dress up again. Got up early to get more photos of just me. Later heard she barely did anything for the project besides the photos. There was supposed to be a written portion, and essentially failed that assignment, so it was pretty much a waste of time. Got Told that all the years of clear and dedicated effort I had put into improving myself and my autism were for nothing, and that I hadn't changed at all. I ignored her for 3 days before forgiving her, and that was one of the few times I think I actually got a sincere apology from her. Me, her and another friend were driving in her car when the cops pulled us over. Law says she can only have one non-relative in the car on her P plates, so technically she should have been okay, because I'm her cousin. This girl lies to the police and says I'm her sister, which the cop immediately calls her on when we have to hand our ID over, also demeaning to our other friend, because we were a bestie trio at the time and the third girl only got friend, rather than sister like I did. Get slapped with a $400 plus fine. I help bail her out and pay it immediately on the condition that she gradually pay me back, because who wants to go home and tell their parents they have to find $400 to pay a fine over such a stupid thing? It took her over 2 years to fully pay it back. During those 2 years, I frequently heard from her that she had no money to give me to pay off even a small amount of that money, all while she was posting pictures of new bags and dresses and junk on Facebook. By the end of those 2 years, in which she'd somehow managed to pay back about half of that money, that friendship had deteriorated due to her behavior, the most recent of which was her ignoring me for a whole month for no apparent reason. Far as I could tell, I was the only one she did that to. She was still active on Facebook and posting as normal, and none of our mutual friends mentioned her ignoring them. Finally got her to break the silence and pay me back by basically flat out saying it felt like she was hoping I would just forget she owed me money, and she finally came round to my house with the last of the money and some half-assed apology and excuse about mental health causing her to completely stonewall me and nobody else for no reason. She then finished up this exchange by saying she'd understand if I didn't want to be friends with her anymore. I'm not one to end friendships easily, but girl, by that point I was so done with her behavior that was a get out of jail free card. So yeah, family gatherings are a bit awkward now, cause I'm fairly sure she hates my guts for actually taking her up on that. Barely even acknowledges me when I say hi to her when I do see her. I was playing video games with a friend, I'll call her Balloon. After an hour I had to go to lunch, and a friend of mine writes me, I'll call her Amazon, asking me if I had played with Balloon. I say yes, and she asks me what time. I say 12:30, since I went to lunch at 1. She began to insinuate that it wasn't true, and that Balloon had told her. At 1, I explained that she would be confused, since at 1 I was enjoying a plate of hot pasta. She didn't seem to agree, so she asked me what kind of video game we were playing. I told her some kind of horror map, since I couldn't think of any other category. She started to say that Balloon had told her that you were playing on a map of thieves. True thing, since there were also thieves, but it was horror. She said we were lying to her and we couldn't plan, but even if we weren't playing her, she shouldn't have cared. Another time before the one I just told you, there's Amazon and Balloon again. Amazon had no internet or data connection, so she couldn't play with me and Balloon. Balloon and I started playing by ourselves, and when she found out she got angry because we didn't invite her on the call. Balloon and I found it senseless, since she would just be bored to hear the two of us talking about things she couldn't understand by not being in the game with us. You can't imagine the mess she made for such a small thing. I could go on for hours just talking about Balloon and Amazon, but I'll stop here. Sorry for any grammatical errors. I was interning in a pharmacy located in the Hamptons during the summer a couple years ago. It's pretty much the roughest time of the year to work because of the influx of the wealthy from the city. On this one particular day I noticed a lady standing near the register, but not actually in front of the register. I figured she's probably waiting for someone, which people do, since there are seats in front of the pharmacy and it's an easy to identify spot for meeting up, so I didn't pay her much mind. She didn't wave anyone down, nor did she ask for assistance. A couple minutes later, a mom came to the register to pick up antibiotics for her son who had a very visible swelling in the eye area. Not sure if he bumped it or if he had an allergic reaction, but his eyes were swollen shut and visible puffy and pink. As I was helping this family, the lady decided to speak up with, "I was here first." I then proceed to apologize for not seeing her and that'll help her, after I help this poor child who should be home resting. But Karen was not happy with my answer. I have been waiting here for a long time and no one has come over to help me. I should be helped first. I told her that the child is obviously in need of assistance first, and that I'll be helping her shortly. She wasn't happy and wanted someone else to ring her up. Only the pharmacist and myself was working at the time. I was honestly at a loss for words with how entitled and unempathetic this woman was. Thankfully a local, who was waiting for his meds, shut her down really quick and told to have some faking patience. That seemed to have shut her up, knowing that it's her against everyone else. 2 beaches I couldn't believe were serious. One story point guy who I used to be friends with met a girl, convinced her to dump her boyfriend so he could date her instead. The ex was a creep but still, and did all this under the guise of it's part of God's plan for me. A couple of years before they met, this girl had been in I believe a hiking accident. Maybe car accident, but I don't care enough to remember. Supposedly she flatlined at one point and was airlifted away from where it happened. For a solid 4+ years after, she battled headaches, dizziness, fatigue, nausea, severe discombobulation. She would get doted on and the world was hers on a platter. You'd have no idea if you didn't know though. She was very lively, could talk when she chose to, sometimes had a job. Point being, she was still able to live a normal life and seemed fine until the headaches or whatever came around. Flash forward, and this guy proposes after I think a year of dating. Not long after the proposal, his mom takes his bride to be to one of her doctor's appointments. They're running more tests trying to figure out where the headaches are coming from and what causes them 4 years after the accident. To my understanding some kind of head trauma, and they can't pinpoint why her symptoms are what they are and why they start when they do. Also, this is doctor number 4 telling them that they don't know what's triggering the headaches, etc. Could it be that she was faking it to make sure people paid attention to her and old on her? It was actually, since she finally admitted that maybe my headaches weren't as bad as I had usually thought. 6 months later these fools get married. Not long after that, I was done and wrote them out of my life. Haven't talked to either one of them in at least 3 years.